To be honest, I'm not sure how much more of that I could take, let alone you guys at home. Welcome along to one of your favourite nights of the year, I'm sure. It is transfer deadline day, and we haven't planned it, but hey, fingers crossed that Argyle have waited until we've gone live on air this evening to bring us some good news. We have an enormous show coming your way over the course of not just one, not two, not three, but 4 hours of your Monday night. We are going nowhere. Well, I am. In fact, all three of us are at certain points of the evening, but we will be with you through the night. We have a plethora of your favourite Argyle Life faces. We have special guests joining us in the next couple of hours as well to discuss our new signings and to go in depth into what we can expect from each individual player. However, the next 59 minutes of your Monday night have got nothing to do with transfers because us three, myself, John, and Graham, are going to bring you our typical review of Saturday's lunchtime historic victory over West Bromwich Albion. Historic, why? Well, it will always be known as Miron Muslic's first win as the head coach of Plymouth Argyle. And then in around about 35-40 minutes time, we will preview the small matter of the best club side in world football at the moment, bringing their E-team to Home Park on Sunday afternoon. Gentlemen, good evening. As always, do get your comments and questions in. We will be reacting to any news if it comes in across the course of the next hour before Aaron takes over the good ship at 8 o'clock. Let's not waste any time, gents, because we've only got 58 minutes left of the first segment of the show. Graham, in the absence of the people's champion, Sam Down, I'm going to give you the honour of talking us through Plymouth Argyle 2, West Brom 1.
Thanks. Well, all I can say is what a difference a few training sessions at Harper's Park makes, because that performance was light years away from the Burnley game. And you could see the two key words, shape and organisation, running right through the team front to back. And it was a very impressive performance against the top six side. And I think we slightly caught West Brom on the hop a bit, because for most of the game, they simply couldn't penetrate us in the way that they did. If you remember, last season was a complete disaster where they took us apart with very much the same sort of team. Starting from Conor Hazard, I thought he didn't have actually too much to do. He made a couple of saves at the near post, but didn't have to come out and catch anything, because we've got two centre backs who 6'4", well organised, who can really deal with the aerial threat, which was so reassuring to see. I mean, I can't remember the last time we had two players of that size in the middle. And what I really liked about them was how they were organising, both Katic, who obviously is the older player, more experienced, but Maxim, our new cult hero, was really organising, pushing, prodding, making sure people are in position. That was really, really good to see. And we looked really, really solid. Plaguey was played on the left, which I initially thought might be a problem for him, because he's not predominantly left-footed, but he had a very capable game. The two wing-backs initially stayed in the five, and then gradually, as the game wore on, push forward. I thought Jordan and Adam worked really well in the central midfield. They really pushed. But the key to our game plan under Miron is the two number 10s. And whereas Callum Wright, I think, was pretty forceful in his running, in his pressing, and as many have commented, Beidou perhaps wasn't so good on the pressing. I think he only had about 16 touches in the first half. But the surprise package for me was the Moose up front, because he won more than his fair share of headers. We were unable to get some second ball. And the biggest thing of all was we've got rid of the tippy-tappy to me, to you from the goal kick. And we no longer look under threat. You know, let's play it, the long diagonal, play off the second ball and take it from there. And that was whilst it's not the prettiest to see and playing through the thirds and all that, in our current position, it's absolutely the right thing to do when you've got a high pressing team like West Brom were. Did we deserve to win the game? Perhaps the draw would have been a fairer result, but we haven't had much luck with penalties all season, and we probably got the rub of the green. I think I was right in line with it, hit his chest and then rolled onto his outstretched arm. So Ryan Hardy's saying it was goal bound. It probably wasn't too far from the truth. Despite Alex Palmer's shenanigans in trying to put him off, whether he gave him the eyes or not, I don't know, but I didn't care. I didn't look, to be fair. I just heard the roar and we knew we went up. And then his second goal, fantastic ball from our Stuart Pearce reincarnation at left back. And in fact, both goals came from his curling ball. And the first shot was blocked, but again, I was right in line, and he had about 2 or 3 foot to slot the ball in, and he did that comfortably. And the rest is history. And what a celebration at the end. New cult heroes, shape and organisation, 100% effort across the pitch. What's not to like?
Yeah, I have to agree with pretty much everything you said there, Graham. I mean, the final bit at the end there, that noise when Hardy's second goal hit the back of the net, and just the euphoria at the full-time whistle. What struck me, John, we've commented on this podcast before about people leaving Home Park early. I noted with about 3 minutes to go, Home Park was still pretty full, bar the exodus in that away end. I mean, we'll come on to individuals in a minute, John, but just how nice was it to see and to hear after the game as well, Tony Mowbray, who's a man I'm sure everyone's aware we've all got a huge amount of respect for. Just how nice was it for him to realise just how difficult it was to play against this Argyle, and just how structured do you think we looked compared to how we looked a month ago, even 2 weeks ago? Shall I unmute you, John, or would you like to unmute yourself?
That's right. Still accidentally muting ourselves after however many years it is of doing Zoom. Yeah, I think I was going to say, I think it's not like Home Park has necessarily been a particularly easy place to go for anyone this season, even under the previous manager and then the caretaker regime. Obviously, Burnley found it an exceedingly easy place to go in the most recent home game before Saturday. But, before that, even when we were on absolutely dire runs of form or getting soundly beaten away from home, we were giving teams a game at home, right? So I don't think it should have been, a surprise that we did compete in a home game very much. Burnley was an aberration in that respect as opposed to the norm. That being said, though, obviously you're right that it was a completely different type of challenge for West Brom than they might have been expecting, or at least I'm sure their analysts would have said this is probably how Muslic is going to want them to play. He's brought in 2 intimidating centre backs right out of central casting to kind of go in and bolster the back line straight away.
Is that your political correct line, saying that they're intimidating? Because they put the fear of gods at me, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's like the posh way of saying hard bastards, I think. So I think they will have been looking at it and probably thought we're in for a game here. But obviously, we are a team that has proven that we have a soft underbelly. It wasn't like we had a wholesale personnel change. Obviously, 2 players coming into the back line, while it clearly ended up benefiting us, could have been a disadvantage, right? Obviously they hadn't had a lot of time on the training pitch. They didn't know their teammates. And I think, Mowbray was saying before the game that his plan for West Brom is really to sort of get them scoring more goals. Obviously, they came off the back of scoring 5 against Portsmouth. We came off the back of conceding 5 in our last home game. It really could have been the case that if they had just got 1 early on, we could have folded, or it could have sort of changed the shape of the game in a way that I think would have benefited them. So we really did have to dig in. And I thought it was incredible. Yeah, I thought the shape and structure were great. I think we really did not give them much of a sniff in the first half. I thought it was quite telling that they were restricted to long-range pot shots for the most part. I think actually, if you look at the compressed highlights packages, really the only highlight from the first half on any of them was that very speculative shot from range from may have been Mowat, may have been Johnston, one of the two, that took a flick off Randall, and Hazard sort of cannoned it off his chest. I mean, it would have been a good chance if someone had been following in, but West Brom strikers, I mean, they sort of played with two false nines. It wasn't, I think Diangana and Wallace are both very good players, but I didn't think either of them looked very natural, sort of leading the line fit. So obviously that chance did not rebound out to anyone. It went to no one. And yeah, we went in at halftime looking very solid. I'm sat there watching the game and, they have a couple of chances, but the chance they created before the goal was really a half chance. I mean, I know Hazard's had to make that excellent double save. And what's a bit unfortunate, actually, for XG watchers out there is I believe that will have gone down as two kind of gilt-edged chances, which makes it look like West Brom shaded the XG, when in fact, actually, clearly both of those chances could not have gone in. Either one of them or neither would. But the sort of initial shot is a really inventive little flick round the corner from their centre-back into Hazard, right? I don't think it's sort of a terrible defensive lapse like we've seen from set pieces so many times this season, where it's like, how can you be giving that much time or space away? They've really tried to force that one over the line, and in the end, Hazard has stood firm. And then they get the goal, and I'm sat there thinking, when things are just going against you at the bottom, they just go against you. We don't deserve this at all. We've just been kicked in the stomach here. And so for the players to get back off the mat, to come again, and to obviously, there is an element of luck in terms of getting immediately back into the game, but Puhac had to put the ball in there. Hardy had to strike it. I think it personally was a penalty. Obviously, it could have hit him on the chest and kind of rebounded away, and it wouldn't have been. But we got a little bit of the rub of the green, and yeah, we didn't settle for it. I think he brought on JB at 1-1, if I remember correctly, for Houghton. It might have been at 2-1, but I think it was at 1-1. And I'm thinking, he's really actually trying to go for this game. This is someone who is a bit more of a sort of box-to-box attacking player than Houghton. This is someone who's going to give us a bit more forward propulsion. And yeah, I thought we just went after them really, and we had that understanding we needed to win the game. Obafemi had a great chance from a wonderful little cutback from Hardy from a great piece of in behind kind of poacher's play, and that didn't go in, and you're starting to think it won't be our day, and then yeah, we get the goal. And as you say, not too many people leaving early. I think if you've at home and you either have a very bad parking space or you need your head examined because of the number of late goals there have been. But we kept going, we kept pushing, and yeah, fantastic resilience to get over the line. But yeah, as you say, it really was a victory for the structure and the shape. Hardy will get the plaudits, but I think that was what we all wanted to see when Muslic came in. And I understand, as per other contributors to this podcast, that clearly there were very concerning signs after 3 games and he should have been sacked, but I'm glad he wasn't.
The first dig at Sam Down, who'll be joining us later on in the evening. Just in case you're wondering, if you are sending questions and comments in and you're wondering why they're not being saved, as mentioned at the start of this hour is purely mainly West Brom Liverpool, unless something happens. At 8 o'clock, I can assure you, every question that is starred will be rolled out across the rest of the evening. So do keep getting your comments and questions in. I'll show the ones I can. If they don't get shown, I can promise you that they're either not necessarily what we want to be showing on the live stream, or that we will be coming around to your question a little bit later on. The team news came out, and obviously we saw that Ryan Hardy was out the starting 11. Bali Mumba was out the starting 11, and so was Victor Paulson from Sunderland, Graham. John's already broken the watershed back door, so I will quote Miron Muslic in saying that Ryan and Victor were both pissed off that they weren't starting the game. Rightfully so, I have to say, for their efforts at the stadium like the week before.
Mary Whitehouse is taking your name, Joe.
This is something, Graham, that we should be quite boyish about, isn't it? That we've got players who are genuinely feeling like they're putting in a hell of a shift, and they did so the week before. And because now we have options, certainly in positions where Paulson's playing, that there are going to be tough decisions made every week, particularly in that back line now.
Yeah, I mean, can I make an honourable mention of Victor Paulson, because I thought when he came on at a difficult stage of the game, I think he won every tackle he made. He was organising, backslapping, and he was every bit as effective as Katic was before. So, and I think he seems to have come of age belatedly in that central position, and I do commend him for it. Yes, Ryan Hardy will be hard done by, but actually quite interesting that he effectively played in the one of the tens, and I actually thought he was very effective in that. His ability to close down at pace did ruffle them a bit, and coming in on the right hand side, he was able to A, get the penalty, and B, score the winning goal. So yes, they may have been disappointed they were out, but I think we're reverting a little bit back to Shuey's 60-minute starters and 30-minute finishers. I think whether it's 70-25 or thereabouts, but to play with the intensity that he wants them to play, there's no alternative but to split the shift 60-30 or thereabouts, or 45-45 as it was with Baidu and Al Haj, because that's going to underpin it. But as long as players know they're going to get on, and if they play well, they might do the 60 instead of the 30. I mean, there's only 5 players that can change, but I would guess that the 2 number 10s are going to be frequently rotated, because that's where the energy is, and one of the central 2 mids, either Adam or Houghton or any newcomer that comes in. I think that's how it's got to be, because to play that pressing game at that pace and do all those high intensity runs that they had to do, that's a big ask. So we're going to have the squad rotation, and players are going to get disappointed, but as long as they get game time and feel included, I think, and it's for the common good and we win, what's not to like?
Yeah, and let's be fair, we have so many games coming up in February. We're back to Saturday midweek, Saturday midweek, Saturday midweek throughout the month, I believe. So
Yep.
to coin the first cliche of the evening, it's a squad game, and everyone's going to be needed. John, I'll come to you first. Let's get round the singling out of an individual from the performance. It can be good or bad, whichever way you want to take it. I hope that we're all 3 of us will come up with something positive tonight. We've had enough podcasts over the last 6-8 weeks with negative slants on players. 2,000 people watching already. This is quite incredible. Do remember to share the live stream. Do get as many people watching as we can. It's going to be a fun evening ahead. John, who's the first one you want to single out?
One of those, to coin the second football cliche of the night, where it feels harsh to single out an individual, because I didn't really think that. Well, okay, I was about to say I didn't think anyone had a bad game. I actually did think that the 2 number 10s, both who started, both had bad games. Baidu much more so than Callum Wright. I think Wright was energetic off the ball, as Graham has said, but I think there were a number of attacking sort of openings in the first half where his touch wasn't so great. Baidu, according to Muslich, had a cough, so maybe wasn't feeling 100%. But as you said, we don't.
In all fairness, would explain why he was 5 yards off the pace throughout the whole of the first half.
It would. Also, I think he's very clearly still adapting to the pace of this league, which is fine. But those 2 aside, I thought everyone was sort of at least a 7 out of 10, mostly 8s. And the player I wanted to highlight was actually Connor Hazard, as a bit of a weird one. I think and it might seem unusual. I mean, partially this is because we've all signed contracts not to discuss Talavirov and Katic until later in the show, so that we have something to discuss in the remaining 17 hours of this broadcast. But it might seem a bit of a counterintuitive one, given that he wasn't on the sort of man of the match radar. It wasn't a game where, he's pulled off 5 outstanding saves that have kept us in it, and he's the reason for the win. It was actually, it was really the players in front of him who did the structural work. But I've highlighted Hazard a couple of times recently, and not always flatteringly. I think it was after the Bristol City game when I said that he frustrated me, because on the one hand, his command of area and his shot stopping is so much better than Grimshaw. But on the other hand, Grimshaw, I think, is capable of a great save, to be clear, but I think Hazard is more consistent at saving the things you think your goalkeeper should be saving. But Grimshaw, of course, is very good with his feet. That was a priority for the way we played under Rooney, of course. And Hazard's distribution. Yeah, I think it was after that, say, Bristol City game, I came on the pod and said, it's so frustrating to see when we have players running out into kind of positions where we have space from our own defensive situations, be those, opposing corners or free kicks, and Hazard sort of looks like he's going to bowl it out to them and then sort of clutches the ball back in. And then there were a couple of times, I think, in that Bristol City game where he sort of had a go at people and they were having a go at him, and it was all a bit messy. And this was something I feel like I've seen from him quite a lot in his Argyle career. And I did say at the time, it's frustrating because I think if you could sort of clone half of Grimshaw and half of Hazard, you'd have a fantastic championship level goalkeeper. I think since then, Hazard has by and large got much better at those portions of the game that frustrated me. I wouldn't say he was perfect on Saturday. You know, he did ultimately spill that shot out that we discussed earlier. Yes, it took a deflection. You know, it's not as easy as it looks to save that, but it cannoned off his chest. And I really think a sharp championship striker might have been there to sort of slide that one in, but he got away with it. There were a couple of kicks as well that were not particularly convincing. But on the whole, I thought his distribution was better. In the second half, he made that double save, which we've already discussed, which was an incredibly, I mean, he gets a little bit lucky that he's sort of in the right place at the right time, but it's an incredibly agile piece of goalkeeping where he gets down really, really well. I think, you know, we've all discussed how Grimshaw has had moments where he just hasn't got down to things that you would hope he would get down to this season. Hazard really got down very well there, made the first save, made himself big, smothered the second shot. But then we come on to the main reason that I wanted to discuss him, which is his pre-assist for the Hardy winner, which I think, I don't know. I was going to say it hasn't got enough love. I think it's one of those things where enough people are saying this hasn't got enough love that maybe it is getting enough love, but let's give it some more. That is an outstanding bowl out of the ball. And that is exactly what I was talking about after the Bristol City game, wanting to see from him. You know, that is not an easy throw. That could very easily have gone wrong. He could very easily have bowled that to a West Brom player, but instead he's seen Pukac running forward down the left-hand side. It is a pinpoint ball. And I didn't actually realize it in real time. I sort of assumed that Pucha had taken a couple of touches before playing that into Hardy. No, it's a ball that's so on a plate from Hazard bowled out to him that he could just arc that wonderful pass in behind. Hardy's in and he scores. People who know me will know that as much as Sam Down loves high octane, Rooney ball, kind of shoey ball, attacking football, I absolutely love football that goes from one end to the other of the pitch in as little time as possible, few touches as possible, gets the ball into the net. Not necessarily sort of Pulis style long ball, but just direct and aggressive. And that's exactly what that goal was. The fourth to last Argyle player, or I should say maybe the third to last Argyle player to touch the ball before Hardy is putting it in the back of the net, was a back header from Paulson into the arms of Hazard. You know, a back pass. We've gone from a back pass to a goal with only 4 of our players touching the ball. And Hazard was absolutely the linchpin of that. That is, you know, he won't obviously get an assist because that's not how those statistics work. I think even actually Pucha won't get one as well, right? Or Pushka won't get one because of the fact that Hardy kicked into one of their defenders and then had to pick it back up. That's a shame for him as well. But, you know, he deserves some sort of statistical recognition for that. That was an outstanding piece of goalkeeping. It's ultimately won us the game. And I think that fact alone, but also, you know, the fact that I had been critical of him for that exact element of his game a few weeks ago means that he's probably the one I had to single out tonight. Again, not necessarily the best performance of anyone on the pitch, but I think maybe the most underrated component of our victory. And just wanted to give him a bit of recognition for that.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Just before I come to Graham, Sean McCoy has become the first person since we've been live to become a YouTube member. You may or may not have seen that we have, I believe we've changed from Patreon to YouTube channel memberships. Aaron's going to give you more details on that in the second hour of tonight's show. Basically, if you do want to get involved, please do. It allows us to maintain the YouTube channel, maintain the website. That's the only reason we do it for, and it allows us to bring you better content. And not only that, you get a few nice perks. You get to see all the My Argyle Lives a little bit earlier and the podcast. And we have 1 or 2 My Argyle Lives in the pipework for the next few weeks, months. So there is plenty coming your way from us. That's my little bit of plugging done until Aaron's here at 8 o'clock. Graham, why don't you single somebody out? As John mentioned earlier, we've got people coming on to discuss Nico and Maxi a little bit later on, but who do you want to talk about?
Yeah, well, just a word for Maxi. You should watch Maxi Cam on Argyle TV. It's 7 minutes of wondrous watching. I mean, it was really highlighted his organisational skills, his passion, and how we're all going to fall madly in love with him. Another man love moment for an Eastern European, I fear. But I would like to highlight our left wing back, Tim. I'm just going to call him Tim because there's jury's out on how he pronounced his surname. But wow, solid in the tackle, quick to move forward, and unlike Barley Mumba, can actually throw a ball from a throw-in, which is always helpful. But I really love his style. Got a wonderful left foot, capable. I mean, he's always looking to play that ball in as early as possible, curl it in, create chance after chance. I wouldn't want to face him in a tackle on a 50-50, that's for sure. And I'm sure one or two West Brom players were just thinking twice about doing the same. So, again, it could be another cult hero for us. And hats off to Jimmy Dickinson and his team for highlighting him. And I think it picked him up from the German Bundesliga. I can't pronounce the team, but the team that just lost by 1 goal in 7 to Bayern Munich at the weekend. So a good spot, perfect for us, crowd pleaser, and wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley, to be honest. But that's why I like him.
He's as I said, he's certainly got the ability to make you scared. I think I alluded to it the other week when I was on that I think there's going to be moments where he'll be bearing down on a 50-50 with an opponent player, and as soon as they see who it is, they might not be as committed as perhaps they would be against Sorinola or somebody like that in the squad, because he just looks like a real tough character, doesn't he? I'm sure he's a really nice bloke. Maybe in the future, once when his Argyle career is over, Aaron, I'm sure we'll get him on for My Argyle Life and we can ask him all of these in-depth questions. I want to pick out one of the last remaining members of the golden generation, if you like, and that's Jordan Houghton. I've spoken enough about Ryan Hardy. People don't need me to defend him anymore. Joint 14th on the all-time goal-scoring charts and now level with Joe Edwards in appearances. So I won't choose Ryan Hardy, but I'll go with Jordan Houghton. Just to Jana, just saying Matty Sorinola as well. He obviously does deserve a mention, but Matty gets plenty of praise, whereas I don't think Jordan Houghton gets enough praise for the job he does. He's not the flashy player. He's not the flair player. He's not going to produce wonderful bits of skill. But what he's going to be is the word I used about his performance at the weekend was efficient. The way he broke up tackles, the way he recycled possession in our favour. The way he constantly tries to get into the referee's ear over key decisions in the game as well is something that other teams have against us, but we've lacked all season. And when the previous head coach Wayne Rooney mentioned that he wanted more people to have that nasty streak in him, I was sat there thinking, well, Jordan Houghton may well sound like a really nice bloke, but on the pitch he does have a bit of a tough streak about him. He's happy to get arguing and get breaking up play and sticking his foot in when they're on the counter attack. And I thought he was excellent Saturday. I would actually put it down as one of his better Argyle performances that he's had, certainly since returning. Well, even in his first spell. His first spell, he was quite a young, inexperienced footballer, wasn't he? And him and Rans just have such a good relationship in that midfield. They know each other. They know how each other operates. I'm not saying Darko JB doesn't have that understanding with Adam Randall, but Jordan's just developed it over a longer period of time. It really is great to see Jordan back in the team because I am a bit of a softie when it comes to this sort of thing, but I want as many of that title winning team to be a success in the Championship. And Jordan Houghton is, he's at that age now, isn't he, where he should be playing the best football of his career. And I'm not going to make a statement like that at the moment, but I'm certainly sure that we certainly look a better midfield with Jordan Houghton in there. Again, that's not a sight on Darko JB. They're two different players. And Darko JB, as we've alluded to before, is going to have a very good career in football. And it may well be that we just don't see the best of it. So an honourable mention for Jordan Houghton, but as John mentioned a little bit earlier on, it does kind of feel harsh, doesn't it, to be singling people out. I do want to give a little bit on the referee. There were actually people sending me tweets on Saturday night asking for a ref watch, which I know will please Aaron. Dean Whitestone is usually one of my more favoured Championship referees, but I think, John, you summed it up perfectly in the WhatsApp group chat about the free kick at about 10 minutes into the second half. If you were going to have a hernia if West Brom scored from that, I was probably going to be carried out of home park with a straitjacket. The fact that he allowed it to be taken about 8 yards infield and up closer to the halfway line than when the foul committed. I actually made the point that I'm not sure I've seen a more one-sided refereeing performance all season. It seemed we were getting very little from all of the officials throughout the day. I mean, there was the wonderful moment where Bundu is taken off the ball by the two centre halves on the halfway line in front of a Sky Sports camera, and the referee just told him to get up and get on with it. There were a couple of moments where players went down with clashes of heads or, you know, a stray arm to the head, and he just let play continue. He let the attacks carry on, and you're thinking, well, if somebody scores here, there's going to be hell to pay from whoever was at fault. And I just found it really, really frustrating that it did come across as one-sided. And not only that, where on earth did he get the extra 2.5 minutes from at the end? I know Al Hajj went down, but we were only, 96 was the minimum, but 96.5 was probably the maximum because we didn't have a chance to time waste after 90 minutes because we didn't really have the ball. So where on earth he got those extra 2.5 minutes from? But look, he gave us the penalty for what it's worth. I think, whether or not it hits his chest, his chin, whatever body part it hits, to have your arm in that position when someone's taken a shot is a very, very risky move. And I think in the cold light of day, Tony Mowbray will probably accept that there are good enough reasons for it to be given. And not only that, I think if you haven't seen it already, one of Argyle Twitter's people has tweeted the video of West Brom TV's commentary where they sort of have a Frank Lampard interview moment where they're like, how's that a penalty? How's that a penalty? Oh yeah, that's a penalty. When they see the slow down replay, and I suspect that will be the case when West Brom review it. Gents, anything else you want to touch on from Saturday? I thought the atmosphere was superb, particularly those last 15 minutes. It was a typical home park day, wasn't it? When our backs were against the wall, when when things weren't going our way, we felt as if the world was upon us, and we lifted the team. Is there anything else you want to touch on from Saturday?
I'd just like to mention the bench, actually, how animated it was. I mean, we've got used to Wayne Rooney just standing there, almost hands in pockets, but Miron is definitely engaged in the game, 100%, always gesticulating, pushing, prodding, telling whoever to do whatever. And then we haven't actually mentioned adding Osman Basic, or Basic, I don't know how you pronounce his name, but it rather slipped under the radar, the interview he did with Argyle TV just before the match on Saturday. And I was really impressed he's only 30. I'm an assistant manager at 30. I was really impressed at the way he was going about things, and to see the manner of his celebration at the end really showed how much he is brought into everything in such a short space of time. And the other mention I give is Eddie Latimore, because did you see the warm-up, how much sharper and more precision there was in the warm-up before the game? He really got them working that much harder. And from what anecdotally, the same goes for the sessions on the training pitch. If we're going to get the high intensity game, and I think Adam Randall at Senior Greens said how much more high intensity running that they're doing, and that his running distance had gone from 11.1 kilometres to 11.7 in the Sunderland game, when that was a more defensive performance. I bet it was something over 12 for the home game because of the number of forward runs he's made. So whilst there's a focus on the big man, I'd just like to mention the number 2 and the fitness coach, because I don't think, they're part of the team and they know they deserve some recognition even in these early days.
Just a quick question before we jump into the Liverpool preview. Once we've done that, if we've got time to tackle a couple of questions before 8 o'clock, we will. Just Jana wants to talk about Nance's bear hug to Miron at the end of the game. The celebrations as well, John, if you just want to give a couple of minutes to them, because the players certainly enjoyed their moment. I found it really warming in a way to see Miron Muslic just stood away from the rest of the players, just soaking it all in, hands in pockets. It was a special moment, but that was almost of him displaying with his own body language, this is great, but this could just be the start of something that nobody gives us a chance of doing.
I'll talk about that. I wanted to very quickly butt in with a potentially interesting piece of transfer news that has just been announced on the BBC website from an Argyle point of view, which is it's not a move involving Argyle. But Nottingham Forest have loaned midfielder Lewis O'Brien to Championship side Swansea. Obviously, we know that Swansea sold Grimes to Coventry the other day, which is why I was a little bit surprised to see us linked with Jay Fulton on loan from there, because I felt it would be unlikely they would be looking to move a midfielder out if they'd just, lost someone in that position. But they signed O'Brien from Forest on loan, which, who knows, could be something that potentially frees up Fulton for a loan move, although I have absolutely no intel about that. Just thought it was worth sharing. The celebrations were good, I thought. It's, I think it would have been really, really tempting for Muslic in particular to and I don't mean him as a person necessarily, but, a manager in his position to do a Nathan Jones, right? And sort of run from one end of the stadium to the other, pounding on his chest and hollering at the crowd to get them fired up. I don't think that's his style at all, but I think he also would presumably have realized he didn't really need to do that. The fans were all fired up, the players were fired up. And I think him hanging back a bit showed a humility, which I think he has in abundance, right? Or at least he messages he sort of exudes humility. It still stays with me that sort of footage of him in the box at Brentford, just recording the scenes at the end of the game on his phone. He was clearly so impressed by it and just did not want it to be about him at all. Obviously that day he wasn't in the dugout, so it would have been hard for it to be about him, but it was just sort of I felt a very humble moment. But also, in addition to that humility, I guess it's a different type of humility in knowing that we haven't done anything yet. We're still 4 points adrift of getting out of the bottom three. Now, that is an awful, awful, awful lot better than 10, which is what it could hypothetically have been at the close of play on Saturday. Certainly a lot better than 7, which I don't think anyone would be sitting here saying it was an absolute disaster if we'd lost that game by the finest of margins, but we would be 7 points adrift. 4 is very, very doable. It's very, very doable, but we're going to have to put on something close to mid-table form to achieve it. So this has to just be the start. And I think, Muslic not sort of going wild and making it all about him and beating his chest and hollering at the fans. There can be a place for that in football, but it's clearly not his style. And I think it just, the way he celebrated just sort of gave the impression of, steadfastness, resolve. There's work to do here, and we are doing it. I have to say, I've just been so impressed with him since he came in. Obviously, the results haven't been perfect by any means, but it just felt from day one like he just exudes this kind of aura and confidence in a way that Rooney, particularly towards the end, it really has an aura, but it's a different type of aura, right? It's kind of a star aura. Muslic's aura is just this kind of quiet charisma, this confidence, this, you can tell he is absolutely self-assured in what he's doing. And I don't want to say I didn't have any doubt that this sort of moment would come for him, but because obviously you do have at least a little bit of doubt. But by and large, unlike some other members of this podcast, I just sort of felt we were getting the bad out of our system as we learned how to do better. And I think we're really seeing the fruits of that now. Obviously, it's going to be difficult to stay up, but I think we've appointed a bloke who is going to give us the best possible opportunity of that. I really, really do. It also should be noted, by the way, and this is sort of veering off a little bit, but you did ask if we had any other business. Our recent run of form is actually not that bad at all. We've only lost 2 games in 8.
2 defeats in 8, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 defeats in 8 in all competitions. Now, obviously, that was a little bit obscured by far too many of those being draws, which obviously we know in our position is not enough. But this isn't, you could say 1 win in what, 15 or so prior to yesterday's game. Obviously, that's the stat that will get the headlines, and rightly so. But now we've ended that run and we have got a win. I think if you look back at it and say, okay, only one win in 8, that's not good. But actually, most of the rest, the vast majority of the rest have been draws. It's really only that defeat to a very informed QPR team and a very, very good Burnley team, albeit obviously we were completely abject. It's not really a run of form that necessarily justifies the vibes around the place after the Burnley game. I think obviously I do understand why that felt like a rock bottom moment. I said it myself. But we're potentially doing something here. We're potentially showing that actually maybe those draws we're lucky to only get a point, although I think in a couple of the games you could maybe make that case. But, maybe actually it turned out that we weren't so far away, that actually we just needed some fine tuning. We needed to sort the defense out. And then we've just got every chance of actually being competitive against the vast majority of teams in this division. Sunderland looked like proof of concept for that. Saturday really looked like proof of concept for that. I think we're alive here. I think we're really, really alive. And I don't think that's just, winning one game off the back of 7 defeats in a row. I think we're winning one game off the back of a run of games where since Rooney left, we've by and large actually just looked a lot more solid and a lot better. So yeah, onwards. Let's just keep it going.
Yeah, and as mentioned by Tim Phillips, of course, Danny Roll performed a miracle last year at Sheffield Wednesday, and we know how good a manager he is.
Who's that? Never heard of him.
Very quickly, we'll come on to Liverpool now. Well over 3,000 people watching. We are on with you for the next few hours, so do stick around. Plenty coming your way. 2 special guests joining Aaron in the next hour or so as well to discuss our new signings. Just want to bring you a bit of news that's broken in the last sort of 5-6 minutes or so via Sacha Tavolieri, a Belgian football journalist, reporting that we were lining up to make a move for Etienne Kamara from, I'm going to butcher this team's name, that is for sure. Charleroi. He'd been convinced by Miran Muslic, but unfortunately they weren't able. It doesn't look like they've been able to replace him. Of course, transfer windows on the continent do end a little bit earlier than ours. I don't know whether that's had a major impact, but it sounds like Etienne Kamara was somebody we were working on, and it won't be going through this late in the window. But more on that in 18 minutes time when Aaron takes over the show. For now, we are going to move it on to the small matter of an FA 4th round tie against the small matter of Liverpool. One of the biggest clubs in world football, comfortably, I think it's safe to say at the moment, the best club side in world football, dominating almost every competition they're in. This is a nice, easy one, Sunday afternoon in front of terrestrial television. It's been a while since they were last at Home Park. Mark Pugac will be pitch side with Robbie Fowler and Karen Carney, I believe, on ITV duty with Sam Matterface.
Sorry, by a while, do you mean less than a year?
What, terrestrial TV?
Yep.
Oh, yes, BBC showed the replay, didn't they? Yes.
Yeah, but I'm on about Free and Foster.
Yeah, I'm with that famous meme of him in the rain, just staring into the abyss. Yeah, but I'm on about a proper terrestrial TV channel that actually care about sport these days, and that is ITV, of course. I expect my brown envelope to arrive through the post in the morning. Graham, why don't you kick us off for this one? It's obviously very difficult for us to preview Liverpool because we haven't a clue what side is going to come down. I think it's safe to say we can have a guess at the sort of makeup to the side, because this game is sandwiched between 2 monumental games in Liverpool's season: a League Cup semi-final on Thursday night against Tottenham, followed by the small matter of a Merseyside derby, which will not be taken lightly under any circumstances, particularly given Everton a different wolf now under David Moyes. Let me coin you this question: what do you expect from Saturday? Or Sunday? What do you want to see? Because I don't think any of us are going to Home Park expecting a victory, but what would you like to get out of the occasion?
I want us to play like we played against West Brom and give Liverpool a real game. I hope and pray we can score first, and it will be a real game. But it's quite interesting because it depends how well. I'm assuming Liverpool will overturn the 1-goal deficit against Spurs, but if they don't, I do wonder whether they'll take the FA Cup a little more seriously than they would have done otherwise, and may have a few more first teamers in than they would do before. Because I mean, effectively, I assume they'll fly down on Saturday, so straight into it. And I don't know where they're going to be staying. That'll be an open secret pretty quickly, like when Jurgen Klopp came down and was it up at Derriford, and there was more Liverpool fans than you could possibly imagine in Plymouth around the car park there. So I think it depends a little bit on the Tottenham result, but assuming they win, I would have thought something like the team they played against Feyenoord, where half the sort of 5 or 6 of the 15 that would, or 16 that would play normally, and the rest will be some of the youngsters. And if they do that, we'll give them a game. I mean, as I say, we just mustn't concede early, build our confidence through the game, be as organised and structured as we were against West Brom, get to half time, and because it's extra time and penalties, isn't it? So it's got to be decided on the day. And don't forget what Derek Adams did however many years ago now. It seems a lifetime, 8 years, is it? I think. 0-0 up there. And then the Lucas goal that snatched their win. And I've forgotten who somebody hit the post, didn't they? Towards the end.
Jake Jervis.
Jake Jervis, that's right, yeah. So I hope a performance like that. And I mean, I just love it. If we could score, brilliant. If we score first, even better. But just take it to them, show the country what Argyle are about and how resurgent we are. And I think on terrestrial TV, that's something to say we're back or on the way back. That's what I really like.
For sure. John, I'm going to come to you in a second. I feel compelled. I have to do this. West Brom News on YouTube has actually gifted us £4.99, which is an insane donation. We're very grateful for it. He said, good performance of your lads. We were crap by most of them ball, but by most of the ball, but did nothing with it. And we put a fair was a draw. So thank you very much for the £5. I think what that means to say is that West Brom had a loss of the ball, didn't do a huge amount with it, and therefore maybe a draw might have been fair, but fair play to us. I'm going to interpret it as that. But thank you very much to West Brom News. John, we've obviously seen in the comments a lot of people suggesting about Liverpool bringing down maybe at most 5 first-teamers, a lot of the big names on the bench, even if they even travel for this game. I'd imagine of all the games at the moment, Arne Slot has Plymouth Argyle away ranked at the very bottom of the priority list. What do you want to see from Miron Muslic on Sunday at 2:00 when that team sheet's announced?
Just quickly, I think I actually think this might be a much stronger Liverpool team than people think. I'm just looking at the team sheet for their win over Accrington in the 3rd round, which was a home game. They won 4-0. And you had such minor figures on the pitch from the start as Kelleher, Alexander-Arnold, Quansah, Endo, Tsimikas, Jota, Szoboszlai, Elliott and Nunes, and Federico Chiesa came on at halftime. So that was against Accrington, who, with all due respect, are a team who haven't checked the League 2 table for a while, but I believe at the time were not doing so hot. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But, a home game against a much weaker side. We are ultimately a championship side. We've just taken 4 points off 2 teams that are aspiring to be in the Premier League with Liverpool next season. Obviously, we won at Brentford, so I don't think they're going to take us lightly at all. And I think a manager of Arne Slot's caliber will know, A, that their squad is capacious enough to be able to rotate without just playing a bunch of kids. And B, that, one defeat in shocking circumstances can destabilize an entire season. I think, Sam is fond of saying that winning is a habit, and I think that's absolutely right. And I think they're going to take this very seriously. Does that mean I expect to see the absolute kind of first choice front 3 Salah playing? Not necessarily, but I would certainly expect that caliber of player to be on the bench. And I think that, I would expect the sort of very best players they have to at least be on the bench and a very strong caliber of player to be in their starting lineup. I don't think this is going to be a case of playing a bunch of youth teamers and opening themselves up to losing the game. I think they will want to progress. What would I like to see from Miron Muslic? it's difficult. I think, the Millwall game a few days afterwards is so important for our season. It's a bit of a shame that that's when it falls in a way, because I felt that having that Oxford game so soon after the Brentford game, there was a real case of kind of after the Lord Mayor's show about it, kind of a similar game, really. Oxford, not a team who are massively great shakes, but also a team, who were in sort of deceptively good form at that point. Millwall are similar. I think they had a bit of a tough start to life under Alex Neil, but they've, I think, won at least 2 on the trot, maybe more. So it's going to be a tough game. And part of me thinks, maybe do you want to rest some players in light of that game? But at the same time, there is a human element to this. Those players are going to want to play against Liverpool. For some of them, this is going to be the biggest game they'll ever play in, potentially, for at least, probably for all of them, to be honest. I mean, it'll be the biggest game in their career so far. I'm struggling to think about, given that Forshaw has moved on from the squad, we don't have a ton of players who have played kind of at the very highest level, right? So it's a really, really big opportunity for some of those players to go out there and take on the best team in the world, as Joe said, at the moment. And I don't think anyone's going to want to give up their place lightly for the sake of starting against Millwall a few days later. So I think I would probably favour the approach of play a full-strength team. If anyone is an injury doubt, don't risk them. But, assuming players pass the normal levels of fitness test, do play them. Play our starting 11, go out there and show what we can do, and then deal with the Wednesday game when it comes around. Because I think the worst possible thing you could do is play a rotated side, piss off a load of your regular players who really desperately wanted to play in front of the cameras and against Liverpool, and then go in and have a sort of limp performance on the Wednesday, and it wasn't really worth it. I think just ask them to continue to sort of push through walls for you, and deal with what will be in their legs later. It would probably be my advice. So yeah, I think I'd probably say something close to unchanged. I think it would depend a little bit what team they expect Liverpool to play as to whether Hardy or Bundu would be the better option through the middle up front. To what extent do we think it's likely that we're going to be able to get a player in behind, or it's going to be asking a player to sort of chase things and bring things down? There might be some sort of tactical adjustments of that nature, but yeah, I'd be hoping it's a roughly similar lineup. And I think certainly at the back, if winning is a habit, then so is playing as a defensive unit. And I think if we can actually get those players to play for 90 minutes against, again, just an unbelievably potent attacking team, yeah, they might get ripped apart a few times, but hopefully that should give them another kind of experience that just another training session can't bring to bear, as opposed to, changing it all up again and sort of getting rid of that structure. So yeah, I think I would sort of preach continuity if I were Muslich, basically.
Accidental Pilgrim has actually just told us the starting 11 for Liverpool from the third round against Accrington: Kelleher, Endo, Szoboszlai.
Almost like I already did that, isn't it, Joe?
Oh yes, it is. But there you go. It's there in front of you. Is this the first time anybody's been in at Chesterfield live on air? Anyway, that's a different ball game. So you've thrown me off track now. Let's get a score prediction off the pair of you. This isn't in the predictions league, this game, thankfully. But with what we believe both managers, or both head coaches will do with the teams, Graham, what do you think the score will be?
Well, you kindly haven't mentioned that I got the West Brom score correct. So if we score first, I think we can take it to extra time, and then we might lose. But if we don't score first, then that's like a 2-0 or 3-0, 3-1 result, given the calibre of the opposition. But just score first, please. And then home park will be alive and the nation will see it. And that's what I really want. And I was only thinking back to 2011 when the club nearly went. The game on Sunday is a dream that we could never have thought. And I'd like to think that on the day, think of all the people that sacrificed everything in that year and the people that turned the club around and got it to where it is now. This is our payback, and I really want it to be a special day, and I hope it is.
this is the best thing about this game, John, isn't it? Is that we've had Arsenal away, we've had Liverpool away, we've had Chelsea away, but now finally one of these big fishes from the Premier League, they're coming to home park. We had Crystal Palace last season, which was a really good evening in
Good
the League
game.
Cup, and it was a good game. Yeah, until they brought on nearly £100 million worth of talent, we were bang in the game, and then 9 minutes later we were sat there wondering what the hell's just happened. But John, this is why we love football, isn't it? This is a proper FA Cup tie where we're going to get our day in the spotlight with one of the big boys coming to home park.
Yeah, as you mentioned, obviously we did have Liverpool at home after taking them to a replay a few years ago.
Right.
But you're right. Otherwise, it's been
let's talk about it being an actual specific
yeah.
game, not a replay.
Don't exist anymore, do they? Yeah, but you're right. Generally speaking, is what I was about to say. The sort of other big ties that we've had in my lifetime in the FA Cup. I did enjoy that Crystal Palace game last year, but the Carabao Cup is the Carabao Cup for me. The FA Cup will always have just so much more kind of magic about it. To use the third football cliche of the evening, yeah, obviously we had that Arsenal game that was away from home. That was quite a long time ago now. The Chelsea game, which is one of my favourite ever games as an Argyle fan, away from home. Brentford, obviously, away from home, not as big a club, but an amazing occasion in light of the result. Yeah, and it's very special for me as well because I actually missed both of the last Liverpool games 8 years ago. I was living in the US, and I actually turned up at a soccer bar in Midtown Manhattan in the freezing cold in my Argyle shirt and a scarf. Managed to convince someone to go with me, watch the game, which was on at like 8 a.m. Eastern time. And was sort of, I was watching it, but it only really sort of dawned on me with half an hour to go that we actually had a chance of taking them back to home park, and suddenly became incredibly invested from that moment on. We're sort of sat behind a big Chelsea flag that it was either there permanently or had been put up for the Chelsea game that was on after us. I remember just doing a big roar at the end, and everyone else in the bar sort of went silent and was like, "Is there a Plymouth Argyle fan in here?" So, and I came out to a standing ovation from behind the curtain, as it were. So, yeah, but obviously not as good as being there. And yeah, I mean, unlike seemingly everyone else on the planet, I don't have any personal connection to Liverpool Football Club really, but it's a romantic tie, isn't it? And where they are at the moment just sort of makes it about as special as you could get. Actually, I think Chelsea were technically the best team in the world when we played them, or was it a week afterwards they won the Club World Cup, possibly?
Well, they were European champions, weren't they, at the time? They were just about to go off to the club. They were flying out that night, I think, to the Club World Cup.
Didn't they have to delay their flight because we took them to extra time? I feel like I read this somewhere. That might not be true.
And Thomas Tuchel had to fly a couple of days later because he was struck down with COVID at the time, I think.
Right. So this Liverpool team is better than that, and they might not have the official sort of accolade to prove it yet, but yeah, they're unbelievable. So it's going to be great. My prediction, which you didn't ask before, but I will give because Graham gave his. I think it's a classic plucky lower league team, plays the game of their life against a real big boy, gives them a real scare, and loses 2-0.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I was coming to give you your prediction, but I was sort of thrown by the question about how big a moment this is in recent history. I think, do you know what? I'm with Graham. I hope we have almost like a Chelsea moment at home park, that we get that goal. If we then go on to lose the game 5-1, it doesn't matter because we've had that moment. And I just kind of hope if we do score, we're not scoring when it's all gone to pot and we're 4-0 down and it's just a consolation, because then it won't carry the same sort of meaning. I hope if we do score, we score at a time where it matters. So I'm going to go with a 3-1 win for Liverpool. And I do think we might take the lead, maybe a bit of hardy brilliance that we saw for the winner on Saturday. 59 minutes 40 seconds. See, Aaron, I just can see you backstage. It is possible to do a review and preview within an hour. Aaron is currently not joined by anybody, but he's decided to come and join us. That's it for the first part of deadline day night. The West Brom review and Liverpool preview is done. The rest of the night will be brought to you by Aaron, Ben, and the team. John is sticking around. Graham will be back at 10 o'clock to see the window slam shut. with the People's Champion Sam Down joining a little bit later on. I'm off out. Aaron, it's over to you. Enjoy deadline day. Let's hope you've got something to talk about.
Well, people that have watched the pod previously will know that I am not a man who is very organised, and I have literally just finished work, like to the minute, and I've had a bit of a busy day. So why don't we just recap the day so far?
Are you billing them? Are you billing them for all the comments that you were posting in the comment section during that time?
I am. I was trying to listen, but then I had to jump on a work call. So if we cover the same things that Joe's already covered, which I hope he hasn't, I hope he stuck to the promise of Josh covering West Brom and Liverpool, because I don't believe there's been any breaking news yet. We do have a little GIF ready to go. Where is it? It's down here. Oh, if I click the right, we are ready to go at any moment. So anyway, let's just recap where we are before we bring in. There's a guest waiting backstage. We'll drop Graham off and bring Derek in a minute. But the latest updates that I know of, Jatta, don't know. Pronunciation's not our strong point here on this pod. His agent appears to have ruled out a move, but then later retweeted anything could happen. So that's nice of him. Thank you. Plymouth Live and Chris Errington are reporting that we're in for Malachi Boateng again. Pronunciation, hey, not our strong point. Him from Hearts.
Guessing it's Malachi.
Yeah,
Malachi, one of the two.
Yeah, that'll do. Malachi.
What's that? I was like, which Russian player are we in for now that I've never heard of?
Yeah, Hiram's brother. He's also reporting that we're not interested in Serbian centre midfielder. John, any idea on the pronunciation of this one?
Swear being a smart ass catches up with me. I'd say Zelkovic, but I don't really know.
That would do.
Answers on a postcard.
And Dan Grimshaw's been linked to Blackpool by Alan Nixon, but we know how good his record is. Could be absolutely nothing. Confirmed out of the window. Morgan Whittaker's gone to Middlesbrough. Shock to no one. Lewis Gibson's gone to Preston North End. Andre Gray has gone to absolutely no chance of pronouncing that. Some Turkish second division side. Karagum, no. Adam Forshaw has gone to Blackburn in potentially the deal of the window for us. Marco Morosi, obviously released and gone to Cambridge United. Ibrahim Sissoko recalled to Toulouse and then gone to Sheffield Wednesday. Here we go, pronunciations again. Let's just call him Maxi. It's come in from Lask. Michael Baidu from Elfsborg. Puhach, we'll go with that, from Holston Kiel. And joining us, sorry, Graham, I'm going to have to drop you off, but joining us from Rangers Review to discuss Nikola Katic. Is that right, Derek?
Nico, but Nikola is yeah, that's his proper name, but he's known as Nico when he was at Ibrox. So yeah, Nico or Nikola, both are fine.
We'll go with Nico because that's easier. Joining us from Rangers Review, Derek, how's things? How are you?
Yeah, all good. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm not too sure if the signal is good enough for you boys. I'm in Greenland of all places, so fingers crossed that it holds up. But yeah, I'm all good. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, it's more than sufficient. Thank you for joining us, especially like you said, all the way from Greenland. I think that's a new territory that we've covered there on the pod. I won't keep you too long anyway. We just really want to hear about, his strengths and his weaknesses. Normally when we do these and we get info on a player, they haven't actually played yet, but obviously he was chucked straight in for his debut against West Brom, and he's given me almost like a Christian Timar vibe that he's gonna. I can't imagine you even know who that is, but he's just gonna put his head through everything. Is that just what he is?
That's pretty much bang on, yeah. Incidentally, I watched a bit of your game at the weekend, and I noticed he made his debut as well, thrust straight into the starting 11. And from the bits I've seen, he looked good. He's a player that you'll love at Plymouth. He's a proper defender, a real old-fashioned type, if you like. Goes and attacks the ball. He's pretty decent with the ball at his feet as well. Left-sided centre-back. In fact, he was linked with a move back to Ibrox at the start a good few weeks ago now, former Rangers defender Craig Moore actually offered him to Rangers, and they said they weren't really interested in bringing him back to the club, which was a tad unfortunate, I've got to say, because I think he's someone that certainly the Rangers fans loved when he was at the club beforehand, and he's someone that Rangers need, that sort of physicality, aerial prowess, which I'm sure he'll do you guys a turn. I know you're fighting for your lives down in the Championship at the moment, so I think he's exactly the sort of player that you need in at the club at the moment. Loves defending, and I'm sure the fans will take to him.
Yeah, we just needed somebody that loves defending as much as him and Maxi seem to, and it seems like we picked up the right guy. The next question was going to be like, how was he thought of at Rangers? Because when we signed him, there seemed to be a lot of people, north of the border that were sort of almost, like you said, almost like impressed that we'd managed to get him back. So I imagine he's thought of quite highly up at Ibrox.
Yep, absolutely. He's highly thought of in Glasgow. Rangers fans loved him, I think, partly because, like I said, he's that sort of guy that wears his heart on his sleeve, and also he scored a winning goal at Parkhead. If you do that in a Rangers jersey, then you're always remembered fondly. Back in, I think, 2019, he scored. Rangers famously beat Celtic at Parkhead, which was the first time they'd done that in about a decade. So a bullet header, no less, as well. I'm sure he'll score a fair few of those with you guys between now and the end of the season. I know it's just a loan deal at the moment, but I know he's wanting to come back and play in the UK. So I'm sure if he impresses, then a chance to a permanent deal might be on the horizon if you guys stay up. But you'll love him. He's that sort of guy that it's hard to dislike. Really, is someone that you can get on board with, and I'm sure the fans will really take to him. Like I say, that a lot of Rangers fans, when his name was put to about a possibility of returning to Ibrox, the general consensus was get him back, bring him home. So there was a bit of a disappointment when we seen that he was coming back to the UK, but signing for you guys. But I think he'll do you guys a turn.
Yeah, it must hurt slightly as well seeing him in a green jersey instead of a blue one. So I'm sure that will go down well. I suppose the last real question.
Getting used to.
Yeah, I can imagine. I suppose the last real question before we let you go is just like weaknesses. Are there any glaring, any glaring issues that we should be worried about?
Well, he suffered a real bad knee injury when he was at Rangers, and it sort of curtailed his time at the club. He was out for about a year, roughly about that. He came back. I actually watched him in his return game. It was a pre-season match over in Portugal, a game that got abandoned at half-time because the floodlights failed against Sunderland, and he looked like he lost a yard of pace. It didn't look the same player, which is understandable, I guess, because he had come back from an ACL, but he never really was the same player after that. So he went out to play games and he never returned really to Rangers. So perhaps pace might be something that is gettable from opposition forwards. And as I said there, I think he's aerially dominant. With the ball at his feet, though, he's not someone you want to see making inroads into midfield with the ball. So if he can play the ball off to the midfielders, guys that are better with the ball at the feet, then I think he'll do well. But probably he's lost that yard of pace with that knee injury, which I guess is understandable.
Yeah, short and sweet. Obviously, we've got a lot to get through tonight. I don't know, Nick or John, you've got any questions for Derek whilst he's here?
I was right about to ask about the knee injury, and then you went straight to it.
It's a crying shame because it really cost him his career at Rangers. And like I say, when he came back, he just looked like he was towing a caravan a bit. But he needs time to sort of get back up to speed. And often when players suffer a knee injury, they're never the same player after that. So he's sort of reinvented himself. He went out on loan back to Croatia, then went to FC Zurich. And then, of course, he was wanting a move away from Zurich in this window. So understandable to see him move back to the UK. It's just maybe a tad unfortunate for many Rangers fans that it wasn't at Ibrox, but they'll all be keeping an eye on how he gets on down at Plymouth. Like I said, I watched snippets of your game at the weekend. I thought he did okay, and I'm sure he'll be a big player for you guys as you try and beat the drop. So enjoy him while you can, is what I would say.
Yeah, you say about towing a caravan. Sometimes it's nice to have players that you can relate to, and I can on a personal level. Appreciate that, Derek. Thank you. I appreciate you dialing in, like you said, from Greenland. So new pastures. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
No problem. All the best, boys.
Cheers. And I'll link everybody that comes on tonight. I'll link them somewhere in the show notes. I haven't done that yet. I don't know if I've mentioned that I've been busy and I have a job. Sorry, that's normally Sam's line. But yeah, Nick, how's things?
I'll be better if we'd made a side. I really thought that we'd have one around midday, if I'm honest. Just
can imagine you're remaining upbeat and positive though, despite that, right?
I am way more. I know there's sarcasm laced through that, but I am way more upbeat than I was about a week ago. I think it's because my expectations went off a cliff around this time last week, and then when we obviously brought in the two centre backs, I don't know. Not that I didn't care, but by that point I'd so accepted that we weren't going to get. I was hoping we'd get 5, 6, 7 signings. At that point, I'd maybe accepted that it was going to be more like 3, 4 at max, and so. As a result, I know I feel kind of calm. The performances against Sunderland and West Brom were solid enough that maybe we've got enough to put in a respectable showing towards the end of the season. If I'm honest, I don't think the squad as it currently stands has enough to stay up. I don't think that's a controversial statement. But yeah, I just really want. It's hard to judge the transfer window until it's closed right now. Because if we make 2, 3 signings late on, something that changes the outlook. Right now, we're sort of sat waiting in limbo.
Sorry to make you sit through a quick video, but my internet is absolutely terrible, so I'm gonna have to relocate. And whilst I do that, I'm just gonna give you the lowdown on Maxi Talavirov. That will do. Who we've signed from Lask. We got the opinion of Tom Midler from the Other Bundesliga podcast. And like I said, whilst that's playing, I'm going to disappear and reappear, hopefully.
Hi, good evening. It's Tom here in Austria from the Other Bundesliga podcast, the Austrian football podcast. And of course, I'm here to talk about the centre-back with the blonde ponytail, Maxi Talavirov, who has been signed for Plymouth from Lask in Austria. I'll give you a quick bit of context about Lask, actually, because Miran Muslic came up through SV Ried, who are kind of the upper Austrian rivals in the same region as Lask. So he'll know Lask very well indeed. You might have heard about Lask. A couple of seasons ago, they were playing Europa League football. They got through their group stage once or twice. They played against the likes of Manchester United and Tottenham, I think, in the pandemic years. So they've done really well for themselves in recent seasons. It was Oliver Glasner, now at Crystal Palace, who brought them up from the second division and sort of back to the big time and all the way towards the top end of the Bundesliga as well. But they've fallen away from that a little bit in recent years. They're more mid-table now. They were in the Conference League this year, but they had a really bad Conference League campaign, not a single win. I think only 2 teams failed to win a game in the Conference League, and that's been very unlike Lask, who've been good on the European front recently. And I think this all sort of gives a bit of context to the transfer, because the Lask coach has taken over quite a big squad, a bit of a bloated Lask squad, and I think he has looked to move on some of his most sellable, valuable assets. Ljubicic, the striker, who's just gone to Union Berlin. Talavirov, of course, who's gone to Plymouth. I think it wasn't a case that these are not valuable players or good players at Lask. If you look at the minutes that Maxi Talavirov played in the autumn coming into the winter, they dwindled a little bit. And I think the reason for that is that Marcus Schopp, the former Barnsley coach, was thinking, look, I've got a big squad. Let's see who I've got at my disposal. Let's give some more space to some of the sort of homegrown youngsters coming through, free up a bit of cash with some sales in the winter, and let Schopp himself put his stamp on the squad with a few transfers then this winter, and then a bit of budget for the summer as well. So I think that's why Talavirov has been let go, because he's probably the centre back from Lask with the highest sort of potential ceiling right now. He's the one that stands out for a few reasons. Great athleticism. He's got a lot of pace. When Lask was sort of broken down or somebody got in behind on the counter, Talavirov would often be the guy sprinting back, making the important last-ditch challenges. Of course, that catches the eye for the fans. And in his first few months at Lask, he sort of mistimed some of those challenges. He was a little bit reckless, just didn't quite have the decision-making. But happily, that's really improved. You can see why he's become a full Ukraine international during his time at Lask. In the air, a very good centre-back in the air, great in the aerial duels, and also a valuable asset going forward too. In the other penalty area, you'll often see him sort of flicking on headers from set pieces and corners, and he's got the pace to get back and fall back into place quickly. So definitely somebody to watch out for in attack as well, Talavirov. The other thing I suppose would be to say that he was deployed sometimes in the midfield. He's been good with the ball at his feet as well. So he does have a bit of flexibility in the way that he can be used. And I just, after singling out all of these qualities that he's got, I thought it was important to suggest, why he's been sold. And I think there is this wider context of Lask needing to trim down the squad, needing to find a bit of cash somewhere so that Shop can put his own stamp on the team. And that is why you've got a full Ukraine international for, yes, a club record fee, but a couple of million. It's obviously a lot of money, but I think this is going to be good business for Lask and good business, hopefully, for Plymouth as well. It was great to see Maxi Talavirov in the side straight away after the move and doing well in the Plymouth colours. So good luck for the rest of the season. Good luck to Maxi Talavirov, and I hope he does well over there. Cheers. If you want to follow Austrian football, it's a great league over here. There's some really exciting stuff going on. It's not just Salzburg winning everything. Actually, Lask just knocked them out of the cup this weekend. So Maxi Talavirov might be an Austrian Cup winner this season. There might be a medal being sent over to him. Lask haven't won anything since the 60s, so that would be pretty cool if that did happen. But Austrian football, really exciting stuff. At Other Bundesliga, we cover everything going on in Austria with the national team and the Bundesliga. So if you want to give us a follow on Twitter, Blue Sky and the like, it's at Other Bundesliga. Cheers.
Oh, this is the awkward bit that we reshuffle everybody round, and I put myself back there because I don't want to be in the big picture. That was Tom from the Other Bundesliga podcast to cover all things Austrian Bundesliga. John, you really wanted to discuss Maxi Talavirov, if you haven't already, because like I said, I wasn't really listening. What do you make of our new Ukrainian centre-back?
We sort of briefly touched on him before, but as I said, and I believe you were listening, because you commented in the chat indicating that you were listening to it. I said we should not mention him as one of our players to single out from Saturday. I don't think my opinion is going to be particularly controversial here. I thought he was terrific. It's not easy to not only come in for your debut after only having your signing confirmed 24 hours prior, but to do so, into a defence where there is an enormous and immediate pressure to stop absolutely leaking goals. And I thought he did really, really well. Put in some absolutely crucial tackles. That one in the second half where he just sort of telescoped out a leg and sort of kicked it away out for a throw-in was probably the pick of the bunch, I thought. I thought he was excellent positionally, good in the air. I don't have really a lot to add to the general kind of enthusiasm that's been going around online, and obviously seeing him fist bumping and sort of, madly celebrating, making tackles. I can see why that's a bit divisive. I can see why some people think that's your job, mate. You just get on with it. But I think in our position, to have someone who's a bit of a character coming in with that sort of positive energy, if that even just helps get the fans up a bit, provide a lift around the place, I think it's all fine by me. It's, I guess, something that might wear thin if we go back to being absolutely terrible. But no, I was really enthused when we signed him on paper. Actually, I felt on paper he looked like a better bet than the Dutch defender whose name I have cleared headspace by forgetting. Yeah, that's not it, is it? But I felt on paper he just looked like he had more potential, looked like a better player maybe for the money. So I actually was quite glad when that move seemingly fell through, and then we got him instead. Obviously, it looked like that move was then going to fall through according to some online rumours, but it didn't. He's here, and yeah, I'm absolutely delighted. I thought he was excellent on Saturday.
Yeah, partnering him, Nick. Obviously, Nico Katic, who we've just heard about from Derek from Rangers Review. Thoughts on his signing? You can touch on Maxi too if you want.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you seen the press up video yet? Have you seen that one, John, or not?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh yeah, I was just checking. That was a fun little thing to release today. And my only slight criticism of the second celebration, he could have kept the ball in. He had ample time to keep the ball from going out for a throw. But he is so keen to celebrate the tackle by the time he realised it was rolling out.
I think it was going out just, but I agree. It would have been nice to see him run after it and make an effort basically.
Yeah, he was so dedicated to the celebration. I thought both of them had very strong debuts. Obviously, it's a shame about the mistake leading to the goal, because until then, like, West Brom weren't knocking on the door. There was they had a couple of the set pieces that were close. They had quite a lot of territory. You remember that Sunderland game where we were defending quite well, and all of a sudden the long shot goes in and it starts to crumble. A bit of the same with Leeds as well. So it had a lot of territory. It was one of those ones where it felt like it's going to be a bit of a mistake or a long range shot to break us open. So it was a shame, really, in the end that the mistake happened. I hope that Katic. Do we know about the injury? Because he obviously went off, but do we know?
No, I don't think he was injured. He just looked a bit knackered, to be honest.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn that the commentary hinted at an injury. Okay. Well,
Muslich said afterwards that he was knackered because he had played a lot of football after not playing a lot of football / coming in the building a day before. I don't think there's any implied injury concern.
Okay. That's good to know. Well, I thought both looked strong. So good as well, having just come straight into the lineup. I know we were just hearing that, Katic's passing maybe not the best, but ultimately, if we're going to be playing that bit more direct, does that really matter so much? We did see a lot of, Sunderland, for example, every single time Hazard had the ball, it went long, not a single attempted short pass. Obviously, there was at least one that I can recall against West Brom, because obviously in the build-up to the second, the winner, was Hazard bowling out to Puhac. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like a concern if the passing isn't quite there, because I'm not sure if that's going to be. I thought there was an incoming then. Let's not do that.
Also, I thought, just quickly, Nick, I thought he looked quite solid on the ball. It didn't look like he had a range of passing, but it also didn't look like he was panicky or like he didn't want to have it at his feet at all, which maybe I could name some players we have who that might be the case for. He looked like he was assured on it, even if the pass was 2 yards.
Yeah, I don't think you play at like Rangers level if you can't receive and look after the ball and just be, composed, if not, flamboyant and that technically gifted. I thought both had really strong debuts. They were pretty much the core, along with Pleggy, of a side that defended very, very well and largely kept West Brom at bay. We're probably a little bit lucky in how we turned it around towards the end, but let's be fair, that didn't reflect the first 70 minutes, but ultimately we produced 3 moments of quality, helped a little bit by some shoddy defending and the slip to let Hardy run through in the cutback for Obafemi and so forth. But we've ground up the victory that we needed that we're so close to against Middlesbrough, for example, and could have stolen maybe against Sheffield United if we a bit better with the finishing. But we've got the win. I suppose that's the key thing. And both looked very solid. And the only disappointment is that they're the ones we're talking about. That when you planned this, you thought there's going to be more would have happened by today for us to chat about and dissect.
Well, what more? I don't know what more you want, Nick. We've had 6 leave. We've got 4 in. I don't know what more. I don't know what more you need.
Oh, I suppose we've already sort of. Are we going to talk about Puhac and Beidou again that we've had in for weeks?
We are. We literally are. They are the next 2 questions.
Gotcha. Fire away.
5 in.
5 in. Oh, what, you're counting Saxon Early's recall from?
Well, you have on your list.
I have. Hey, here we go.
That's his outgoing.
Yeah, because that's ready for when he signs for Stevenage on loan in 22 minutes' time. That's not in the note. That's just nonsense.
Well, yeah. Why would you? First of all, you're not going to release a signing announcement at 8:46 p.m., are you? Have some respect and do it on the half hour or the hour. You should do it on the half hour or the hour, don't you?
Yeah,
I think we all need a little bit of fun. Unless Early is going to Stevenage.
Unless you're the Argyle unless you're the Argyle admin doing the funniest thing that they've ever done, which is convince our fans we've signed Jayden Dance for 22 minutes, and actually it's Victor Paulson, which, listen, fair play. That was very funny when that happened.
Absolutely sensational. Big fan. Nick, you've already mentioned them. We need to touch on them as well. Michael Baidoo and Thomas Puhatch. I think Thomas. He's not called Thomas. He is now. John's already touched on both of them earlier. Baidoo, just initial thoughts now that we've had a few games, seeing him a few times in Argyle shirt. He feels like he could be the new Whittaker, and then he now appears to be the scapegoat amongst the fan base.
Well, I mean, I called that about 2 weeks ago that there was a strong chance that he would be the one that would fall into that category. Because there's always going to be, when you're at the bottom of the table, there's always someone that you'll coalesce around. It was Randall for a few weeks. It was Mumba for a few weeks. It was Whittaker for quite a while. Tends to happen. You can see from how he played in his highlights reels, in just how hard we chased, that there's clearly a quality player in there, and we have clearly not seen much of that. I mean, he's only had really 2 sights of goal when he ran through against Brentford, and was he tackled or was it saved? I can't quite remember. And then that sort of set piece against us, something happened. I can see you both looking down at phones. Okay,
No, it's just that you're talking.
And I think the other one against Sunderland, we kind of ducked out of the way. It's very weird. Like the ball sort of came into him and he almost jumped out of the way of it. Odd. You can see we've seen a couple of touches of quality and some nice bits of movement, but I mean, thus far, I imagine what's really happened is we were seeking out a player like that to fit Wayne Rooney style, right? There's a reason why we're trying to sign him back in the summer. Really, if you look at how Rooney landed, God, it's mad to think that we're still talking about Rooney tactics, but if you look at how he played at Birmingham, he didn't have like an Al-Hajj type tying things together in attacking mid. He had, was it Siriki Dembele? I can't remember which Dembele it was. Yeah, it was Siriki, not Karamoko or whatever. He had Siriki Dembele there as more of a dribbler, and I think that that was really what we were trying to sign Baidoo for, which was to be that sort of progressive ball carrier in a possession-based pass from the backside. And maybe now it's going to be a bit of a delay before he adapts to what Muslic wants. I'm not entirely sure on that, but I mean, there is one thing that I think is a little bit positive. So Circle have a player called, I think it's Minder. I'm pretty sure it's Minder. Similar in profile in terms of height, dribbling, that kind of approach to the game, who did well for Circle last season, not so well this season. The reason why me and John keep just swapping around into that most hated of larger windows. Anyhow, my thought would be that Muslic was obviously able to get Minder in that. We're all, myself included, thinking that Argyle are going to be looking for big, tall, aggressive, direct, really Bundu style wide forwards. That's in my head when I'm thinking who's going to be signed. I'm looking at probably a Bundu kind of player. What is going on with this?
I don't know.
But it's good to see that, for example, someone like Minder in that similar sort of style of play and physical build, having been successful at Circular, potentially we're going to see Muslic hopefully mould Baidoo into playing a similar role, and thus it's not going to be a massive waste of money signing a player then immediately changing the playing style and kind of invalidating what was very temporarily our record transfer fee.
John, we've got, what is it? Quick maths. 2.5 hours, whatever. We've got a bit of time for the end of the transfer window. What's needed?
A whole new squad or Hallett out. Wait, sorry, Sam's not on yet. I was briefly possessed. What's needed? I've enjoyed seeing what Nick's perspective on this is.
I'm sure we'll soon find out.
I don't think we need necessarily as much as some others think we do. And I also actually think, to disagree with Nick, that this squad, even if we make no additions, is good enough to stay up. Now,
3 midfielders. 3? What's the plan if one of them gets injured? We don't remember last season when we did this. 3 midfielders is not enough, regardless of what you may say. No. Sorry,
three midfielders, Jeremy. That's insane. So But again, hear me out. What I mean by that is, like, this is a mad league, and I think that confidence and momentum and having a manager who is better than other managers, which we'll have to wait and see if Muslic is that. But I am so impressed by some of the signs that he's molding this team into kind of what Roland Cifuentes did. I don't think you have to have necessarily the best squad on paper to stay up. Like, I'm not gonna, throw my hands up at 11:01 p.m. tonight and go, oh well, that's it, it's all over. No one's come in, we're going down. There's no fight, there's no heart left. We've just taken 4 points off two of the best teams in the league with the current squad.
John, you've already had a massive dig at Sam. You don't have to do it again.
I'm just saying that. That being said, yes, obviously it would be. I think we need a central midfielder more than any other position right now for the reasons Nick says. I personally, I feel like we just get harsher and harsher every time we talk about Forshaw post his spell at the club. It's gone from like, we wish him the best and thank you for being a servant, to like, what Aaron said earlier about getting rid of him being the deal of the window for us. But like, I genuinely think it was. I think someone's getting someone else to pick up his wage bill that somehow was a championship club above us. It has been mad. And I think if you would go and go on Twitter and search his name and the Blackburn Rovers hashtag, you'll see exactly how thrilled their fans are by his early performances in the Blackburn shirt. But, like, I think actually getting him off the wage bill and not having another midfielder come in is like no difference to still having him here. I honestly, I think that's how gone his legs are. I just don't think he was going to contribute anything else for the remainder of the season for a team in our position. And I think that actually have been really, really impressed with Houghton since he came back in. Joe earlier on touched on him as his kind of selected player to talk about. So I won't talk about his performance in any detail again, but I'm very happy with Houghton and Randall being the first choice midfield pairing from now until the end of the season, to be honest. And I also like JB more than some others do. I think he has definite weaknesses as a player that we've seen, but I think, JB during his time at Argyle, one could argue compellingly, has played under two managers, neither of whom showed really any ability to improve any of our players. That's not to say they can't do it, but I don't think either coach showed that during their time at the club, apart from maybe Rooney and Adam Randall, if you attribute Randall's development to Rooney and not to natural progression. Obviously, that's a debate we can have. But, JB under Schumacher, who was proven. I'm mentioning Schumacher in this safe space, by the way, because Sam's not here to pass faint at the mention of the name. But Schumacher, a manager who is proven to have developed players. I think might have got a little bit more out of JB to this point, and I think Muslic also might. So we also have Victor Paulsen, who I believe has played in central defensive midfield before. Nick can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think part
not
of
very
the
much, but yes, and
I think
played that position for Rooney, I think, in his first season at DC.
So it's not like he's not done it. And actually, that might have been a sort of...
I'm sorry, can I just ask this straight question? Do you want to play Victor Paulsen in centre mid?
So the answer is no, I don't. But
there we go.
Do want
Let's
to
be
do
fair.
it.
If we get two players injured, it's Caleb Robertson to centre mid.
I also do want to do it about 100,000 times more than I did a month ago when he was irredeemable and useless. And now he's shown that in a kind of anchoring, centralized position on the pitch, he does have some qualities. So
basically,
anyway,
when we sit deep so people can't run past him and don't ask him to do much with the ball.
You guys joke, but Victor Paulsen's going to get his first goal for Liverpool on Sunday. So, much like Lucas Leiva at the Devonport end. His first.
I think we have some options in that position. And Roberts, you mentioned as well, did very well at Brentford. I don't think he's ready per se, but I also don't think he's like so far off it that if he was called upon, he couldn't step in. So yeah, I'd love us to get in a central midfielder. I guess what I'm saying though is that like I've seen a bit of a meltdown about Boateng coming in from some people suggesting just because he can't get into Hearts' team, he's not good enough for us. I've seen a bit
one of those people, Sam.
Yes, correct. Actually, all of those people are basically just Sam. And my understanding is actually, though, that he is not been in their team so much because they've made a tactical shift that doesn't suit him quite as much, or he's just slightly down the pecking order for that. Not really anything that's per se a massive failing of his. But also, I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't think it was the worst thing in the world if the midfielder that we bring in at the end of the day is clearly not our first choice target and just someone who's there to sort of be a body in the squad who is capable of stepping into the team, but maybe not a kind of game-changing Talavirov level player of you expect him to come in and kind of immediately become the linchpin there. I've seen enough of Houghton and Randall together in the last couple of games to think that can be the basis for a kind of midfield revival for us. So yeah, I think let's get a body in that position, but I don't think I'm not massively concerned about spending a load of money there or signing kind of the new Claude Makelele or whatever. So you asked what we need. That's the biggest need we have, but again, I've sort of textured that a little bit, hopefully. Then going forward,
can I ask a question? Is it more important that we spend efficiently or we get a body in? Is it more important in your eyes that we get that sentiment in, or do you rather save it for the summer and get a better player at a better deal?
I would rather sign the player, but not for a bank-breaking amount of money. I'd probably accept a deal that feels a little over the odds for the player we're getting in. If by over the odds we're not talking about £2 million, right? Then it's a sort of manageable amount of money out of our budget where, again, I'm hoping if we bring a player in, it's someone who we think can be here next season, whatever league we're in, and that we're not looking to sign people just to get a body in. But I think in January you have to accept sometimes you're not going to get the best value. I think as long as the actual sort of total amount isn't just preposterous and we're having our pants completely pulled down, then I think I would take a little hit on it. I would actually. And again, this is a bit of an odd answer, maybe, because I do think central midfield is the biggest priority position. But I would actually maybe take a bigger sort of financial hit in terms of actual sort of pound amount to sign a striker, if we could. To sign, but specifically Jatta, actually, from Notts County, who we've obviously been linked with, or someone of his type of mould. But because while obviously it was very nice to see Hardy have this renaissance in the last couple of games, and while I think he's going to have an important part to play, and hopefully this can be the beginning of one of those kind of runs of confidence and form that we know he has. And while I actually do also think that Bundu did quite well as a kind of target man in the sort of first hour or so of the West Brom game, I think he actually did put himself about quite well, was quite physical, used his chest to bring the ball down efficiently, didn't get a lot out of the ref. I still don't think either of them are the type of striker that would sort of elevate Muslic's system just to that next level of is going to compete for a lot of balls in the air, is going to win a lot of aerial duels, is going to kind of be able to knock the ball down, is just a bit more of a physical presence as well as being a goal scorer. From the little I know of him, Jatta seems to be the sort of player that does kind of fit that profile, and I think would also be an excellent long-term investment for the club, because either he would come in and be good and we stay up and we keep him, or we sell him on, or we go down and he's maybe not so effective, but then he's someone who I think absolutely could step up from League 2 to League 1 with a kind of interim spell in the Championship of finding his feet and very quickly hit the ground running as a very good player in League 1. If we were sort of managing money around and it was a question of taking sort of a bigger financial hit, I would take it for him and just sort of take the risk on that. I hope it elevates us more so than trying to buy a first choice new midfielder, when I think Randall and Houghton together are perfectly serviceable and actually even good for what Muslic wants. I think it's more about getting a body into that position as a priority. But then if we are actually going to spend serious money, I would do it on a striker personally.
I've got some good news. Someone with 15 followers has just tweeted me that a medical is being done as we speak. So great, bodies in.
But for who, Chris Kamara?
Doesn't specify. But we can trust those 15 followers.
Yeah, Nick, we've discussed most of the departures on the pod in Marco Morosi, Adam Forshaw, Andre Gray, Lewis Gibson, and Morgan Whittaker. Obviously, we haven't been live since Ibrahim Sissoko was recalled to Toulouse. If he really wanted to lose, he should have stayed with us. Has been loaned out to Sheffield Wednesday, who announced the decision. Announced his arrival before we'd even announced he's left, which was interesting, seeing as everybody
had game as well.
Everybody knew that he had left, so interesting that we didn't put that out. But I don't work in comms, so maybe it's not.
Aaron was
up to me.
busy. Aaron was busy commissioning the design for the statue, weren't you, Aaron?
Yeah, exactly. Just thoughts on that whole scenario, Nick. I mean, it's for the best, right? He doesn't really fit in our system. Not really a Muslich type player. Like he can go to Sheffield Wednesday and thrive and get that permanent move, but it's just a bit tin pot the way it's been done, right?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I'm pretty sure on the podcast when Fabrizio Romano, whatever, had announced that we were going to hire Muslich, I'm pretty sure that I said at that point that how a Whittaker and Sissoko thing. I think Adam might have come on after and said, "Do you see Whittaker and Sissoko gegenpressing?" So, I mean, it's no particular surprise that both were going to move on. I also didn't expect Whittaker to go in the way that he did, but it's not hugely surprising. Neither were going to majorly fit that style of play. So it's really probably for the best. I'm just a little bit frustrated that from a strategic level, like you spend 5 seasons building a club towards this particular style of predominantly possession and attacking based style of football. It's fine if you want to change that at some point, but mid-season, that's a big risk when you've suddenly got to, you're running the risk of having to ship out a lot of players that you're going to lose people potentially undervalue. Like, I mean, I'm concerned for Beidou, like we said. I'm hoping that we get something like that, but I'm concerned for Beidou that we've signed this player and then drastically changed how he played and taken this temporarily club record signing, and we're maybe going to be looking at a loss on that. I mean, the rumour is that Grimshaw, we paid $500,000 for, is, for whatever reason, that is now looking at a massive cut price sale back to Blackpool.
That's just my next question, but don't worry about it.
It's fine. I can waffle on for double the length of time.
It's not like we haven't done this before, right? Granted, we haven't done it as much, but like
not on quite the same level. But Foster,
we have brought in the likes of Tyreek Wright, who doesn't quite fit. Like, that's just off the top of my head.
We brought him in to play wing back, maddeningly as a winger. That was weird. Sorry, I'm not sure if you can see my light flickering. This lamp is really struggling recently. But even someone like Mumba, I wasn't really surprised to see. I know Soranola had a good game against Sunderland. Really didn't surprise me. I think I said to Sam like 2 or 3 days before, Mumba's not. He's want to be left wing back first off, but obviously Puach is going to start there first. Soranola's probably better in terms of what Muslich wants. I mean, provided the cross for the equaliser. For the equaliser at Sunderland, making that run in behind. He just slightly better fits how Muslich sees that role going. That's not to say Mumba can't adapt to it. We've all probably now seen the video of everyone celebrating after the what proved to be Hardy's winner. And, you don't really see much enthusiasm from Barley, which is a shame. He's not the only one. Sometimes players just don't celebrate quite as much. But, it's slightly concerned for me now that, again, if you're looking at potentially assets-wise, that's £4 million worth of players in Beidou, Grimshaw, potentially El Hadj and Mumba, who were... have lost value as a result of changing strategy. Which isn't to say that you don't go for a change to Muslich. It's just that there's a risk with change. I mean, you look at the academy as well. They're all being coached to pass out from the back and so forth. What's going to happen for the next 2, 3, 4 years? Are we going to change that approach? Is it going to taper? Is it going to balance?
Yeah, agreed.
Sorry, just quickly, if I could butt in. On the subject of Sissoko, it sticks in the craw a little bit that he would want to leave, but obviously when you have a potential move lined up to the biggest club in the country and the chance to play in front of a full house every weekend, I think you take that, don't you? So
sing the song.
What song?
You know which song.
I don't.
I don't know what my next question was, but yeah, it was going to be about Grimshaw, obviously linked tentatively at the end of an article by Alan Nixon moved back to Blackpool. Obviously, his mate Chris would be very pleased with that. Where I had a starred comment here just a second ago for you, John. Anon says, "Why would we let Grimshaw leave? He's just as good as a second keeper, isn't he? It'd be silly of us this late, right?"
Yes, I very, very emphatically do not want to let Grimshaw go. I've seen some comments to the effect of like, well, if he's been rubbish or he's not first choice or whatever, let him go. Let's just get a freebie keeper in on loan. I think that is it. Sorry, on a free transfer like we did with Morosi after the last transfer window closed. I think that's a huge risk. Hazard, it would be a risk anyway, but Hazard is a goalkeeper who has not managed to stay fit for consistent long spells since we have been, certainly this season. Hopefully he can from now, and I think he is rightly the first choice. And I also do absolutely appreciate why Muslic has come in and said, I want to be very clear to him that he is the first choice, because that kind of breeds confidence. I don't think we need to be in an Arteta situation, sort of pretending that he hadn't picked between Raya and Ramshaw at the beginning of last season. But I guess by the same token, I can understand why Dan Grimshaw would want away. If he's been sold A, that he's going to be first choice here, and B, that he'd be coming in to use his kind of silky skills with his feet to sort of ping the ball around in a sort of Rooney-esque building out from the back possession style, and suddenly it's a long ball style under a completely different manager. I can understand why, you'd want to leave. That's not saying he does. I don't know, if the rumors are to be believed, that there is a chance he might be exploring going back to Blackpool. I totally understand if he does want to go, but I don't, I think, barring really extenuating circumstances, I can't see a world in which it would be smart to allow that to happen. I think he is a capable goalkeeper at this level. I think he has certain excellent attributes at this level and certain very much below average attributes. But, he is capable of keeping us in games. We saw against QPR when he had to play when Hazard was injured the other week. We lost that game, but it was, very much not down to him. He made a string of absolutely superb saves.
Good saves for Oxford as well.
Yeah.
Ultimately, if he can get better at dealing with crosses, then in my eyes, he possibly, maybe not under Muslic's style, if really there's no requirement to pass out from the back. But I mean, if he can match Hazard when it comes to dealing with crosses, because really that's an area of weakness, and it's only in the last month that we've probably seen some proactive improvement from Grimshaw, then he quite possibly exceeds Hazard as a keeper for most teams. I don't think he exceeds Hazard for a keep here where we're going to be, we want someone who's going to be better at crossing rather than passing. But I mean, if you're looking at your average championship side that's going to have a bit more of an onus to play out from the back, then you probably want the Grimshaw more than Hazard if he can solve that glaring error, which is dealing with crosses, which currently I remember, I think it was twice against Blackburn, he ended up like 3 yards behind his line just off a little bit of pressure from a player, and it's so crouched and reactive at dealing with him. That's what he's got to fix.
Yeah, I think Hazard should be our number one, but I agree. I think Grimshaw is a capable goalkeeper at this level on the whole, and I think having a capable goalkeeper as your backup in the Championship is about what you want. I could maybe have seen us sanctioning a move yesterday if we had someone lined up. If Muslic had some kind of steady Eddie goalkeeper he's worked with before, or who knows his system or whatever, lined up to come here for 500k and kind of happy to sit on the bench, fine. I could have tolerated it. With 2 hours to go, absolutely no indication we're in for a goalkeeper or who we would get in. It'd be absolutely mad to do it. And I would say that even if we had offered an extension to Morosi, I mean, there's this sort of temptation to think, because he was, by all accounts, a really good servant for the club while he was here in terms of performing that sort of limited role without complaint, and he was good in training or whatever. Like, we never saw Morosi in a game situation. It's a big difference to have to come into that when it's a level that maybe you haven't played at in a while. If you allow a goalkeeper to leave and you're then having to rely on the whims of the freebie market, you could get someone who is not even as good as he was, right? Or doesn't have as good an attitude. You could be really scraping the barrel. I just don't understand why we would sanction it. I really don't. I don't think this is also like, I think you can have a different view of Grimshaw to me, which is you can think he's absolutely detestable and awful and terrible, and I still think you'd have to concede like it would not be a wise thing to do to let him go this late in the day when presumably there's not a backup lined up. It just
look how long it took us to replace Gibson. Look how many points we potentially draw. I mean, imagine if we got those 2 centre backs in pre-Oxford. There's potentially 3, 4, 5 extra points and out of the relegation zone with those defensive reinforcements in place. So, I mean, why are you running the gamble on potentially Hazard getting injured tomorrow and a free agent goalkeeper suddenly being first choice?
I know this isn't the point, but I will quibble a little bit with that, just because we did only concede 1 goal against Oxford, and it was an absolute screamer. That was, I mean, Paulson was to blame for it, but then Katic made an individual error which allowed West Brom to score at the weekend. Ditto against QPR. The problem was that we gave them so many chances. They didn't actually score. Really, many of them. We could very easily have conceded one against QPR with those defenders in the team. Burnley, we might have lost 2-0 rather than 5-0, but maybe that wouldn't have then given us the reaction that we would have had.
If we played the same lineup against Burnley against West Brom, we did against Burnley, maybe we lose 3-4-5. I don't think we should.
No. I said what I mean is if we had played the lineup against West Brom against Burnley, we might have lost 2-0 as opposed to 5-0, but we still would have 0 points. I don't know if we
definitely could have taken we definitely could have taken a point. That's a Burnley side that have got 0-0-0 in their other 3 games around that. They haven't scored in the 4 games around.
Maybe.
In the 3 other games around that 5-0 thrashing. If we play with the same lineup and the same style against Burnley, we possibly get something out of it. But definitely we might, turn around and get 3 points against QPR, for example, or an extra 2 against Oxford. Point being that slow movement there potentially have cost us important points that could bite us by the end of the season.
Maybe.
Certainly didn't help.
Yeah. Well, people are still in the comments asking, where is Sam Down? He is not here, but Ben has joined us. I am going to draw the winner of the Graham Carey t-shirt at around 9 o'clock. So we have 9 minutes before I hand over to Ben. But I'm enjoying myself. I'm not really saying much. I'm just listening to John and Nick. So I don't mind carrying on for a little bit longer if you want, Ben, but it's up to you. Anyway, moving on to a comment that I literally just had. It was literally just God, I hate this so much. Actually, Ben, you can take over as soon as possible. John Chris Benson says, question to the panel. Watching the Tunnel Cam vid on Argyle TV, surely we need to be finding loans for Isaka and Roberts. Their development isn't any good if they aren't getting into a matchday squad. I know we've had this debate previously about the youth system set up / needing brickfields and stuff, but can we afford to let either of those go? And please don't mention Tegan Finn, because that's literally the next question. So I don't know who wants this. Nick, I know that you've got more of a view on the youth setup than most.
Yeah, I was going to say, just very briefly, one, we definitely can't let Roberts go right now, because currently we've got...
You didn't even count him just a minute ago.
Sorry?
You didn't even count him as the 4th man.
My point was that he currently is the 4th player. If we at this point, if we lose a centre mid to injury, he's just straight on the bench. So Roberts right now definitely can't until that. But I think there's this misunderstanding that all youth players need to be going out on loans pretty much immediately. In reality, for most youth players, it's hard to get them loans. There are way too many of them than there are, clubs that want to play them and room for them in teams. So generally, you're looking at potentially sending them to a team that plays a totally different way, that has inferior facilities, all these kind of things. But really, the biggest...
Say Torquay United. This is taking forever.
But, actually, I wasn't thinking of Torquay. I'm thinking about 11. I think Isaka could be very comfortably playing very well in League Two. If you look how he performed in cup games against Leyton Orient, against Sutton, for example, he demonstrated that he can, as an apprentice as well, he is more than capable to be playing League One, League Two-ish level, bottom end of League One maybe. But no, the point I was going to make is that the biggest thing really for players stepping up, in my opinion, is based on what I understand, is that as an apprentice stepping up to become a full team player, one of the most important things is the physicality and the speed. And it's obviously really important to get game time, but what's just as important is really bulking up. Like as a player, if you watched Argyle's apprentices against Lincoln in the FA Youth Cup, and obviously they're best of luck for tomorrow as well. Is it tomorrow they're playing Everton? I think it is.
I think so.
Fifth round FA Youth Cup tomorrow, so I'm pretty sure
you're the youth team stat nerd, not me.
I'm pretty sure they are. So best luck to them anyway. The point is, if you look at them, they're much smaller, scrawnier essentially compared to the first team players. A lot of what players spend their first year doing after becoming a pro is really just bulking up and having good facilities and good coaching staff and performance staff to be able to support you, that we do with our expanded staff now that other lower, smaller clubs don't do, can have an impact. So I don't think it's quite as important as people think to be out on loan. But obviously you've got the Brickfields, Folsom Park, Clacton, which is the Get that sorted. We can get an under-21 side, and then we can have players like Asaka and Finn playing under-21 football age 16, 17, 18, and having that guaranteed game time in their first 2 or 3 years as a pro. There are loads of players. Hayden Hackney right now playing for Middlesbrough versus Sunderland, wanted in Spain or Porto or whatever it was. Never went on loan, just played in their under-21 side till they were ready. That's where I'll stop there. So no, I don't think they need it as a first year.
Yeah. God, what was the second part of that question? Tegan Finn, Ben. Bit of rumour that he's wanted by Premier League sides, namely Nottingham Forest. I don't know what the regulations are in terms of how much we can keep him, because obviously he's not got professional terms, but that'd be some loss. I don't know how it works in terms of financials either. Yeah, I don't really know what the question is here, so enjoy that.
My very first point was going to be, I don't know what the time limits are on signing at that age, and even obviously you can't sign professional terms, etc. So I don't know if that would be one of those transfers with potential compensation agreed either at the time or at a later date, depending on how it goes. Probably the worst person to come to with that.
Do you want me to go back to Nick? Is that what you're saying?
No. But
I actually don't know the answer either.
Sorry?
I actually don't know the answer. It's not something I've bothered to learn because it's so rare that happens to us.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the point I was going to make. The fact that I don't know it is probably tells us how often it's been relevant to Argyle. If it was something that we did on the regular, or even had done once, where we'd had people come in, it's something I would have looked at and sort of seen if the conversation is agreed, when it's agreed, all of that. It's evidence that what Neil Jewsnip, to be fair, give him credit, has sort of instituted with the academy, etc. already. And it's sort of starting to bear fruit. Obviously, he's a good player. That's not all down to sort of like just the coaching. He's got some. It seems sort of quite natural, personal talent. So it was no guarantee that we're going to see a production line of players of that quality that are going to be attracting Premier League or top tier interest from abroad, etc. But it's really good. It's the first time I think, we're used to Exeter City, for example, having their youngsters poached and agreeing very handsome fees. That's kept them afloat for a long time. Our little brothers up the road. And if this is the start of that process for Argyle, I think that's fantastic news. Obviously, I think we'd all love to see a real top quality homegrown player come through at the club. We'd love to keep him and develop him, and him be part of a squad. Could become a talisman for the club. But we don't know. I don't think any of us have seen enough of him, unless I'm doing anyone here a disservice, to sort of draw a very strong conclusion on his trajectory or his potential per se. So it's just, I think, for all of us, should be exciting that we're beginning to develop that sort of talent at home, and that's the model. That's for all the slander, and I've got a lot of problems with the decision making at the club over the past 18 months and in this window. But for all the slander, that's proving to be a good decision. The investment in the academies and the youth teams, etc. So I think whatever comes of that, hopefully we get a good, if it's a tribunal fee or it's an agreement, it's a decent fee that will be settled and hopefully as well be a good advert to other youngsters, young talent around the two counties, maybe even further afield, that they can come here and really progress their career, and we can start to become that attractive option for youngsters in the southwest. That's really going to accelerate, hopefully, our development and that side, that another revenue stream and sustainability element, string to our bow. Is that the term, the idiom? So yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about Tegan Finn to comment on his potential, whether we should be looking to try and keep him or let him go. Ultimately, I think at his age, it's going to be whether it's down to him. But I do think it's good news, regardless, that he's drawn attention from that far afield for the state of our stuff, our operation off the field.
Just off the top of my head, Nick. Just off the top of my head, Nick, the last apprentices we sold were Brian McKinchley and
Harry McKinchley.
I was going to say that's not Brian McKinchley. Bloody hell!
It's his son.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Jesus.
I believe so.
It's not.
I
It's
think we've
not.
got-
It's not
Chelsea,
anybody.
he's current-
It's
Sorry?
not anybody McGinchley.
I think.
Oh, dear.
I think we.
Aaron can't even pronounce.
No, I
English
can't.
language
I
names
can't. I
correctly,
can't even
apparently.
pronounce my own name at times. It's
I
actually
think
Aaron.
he's currently
so-
the captain of the Chelsea apprentices and is playing centre back. Yeah, he went
Yeah,
in
I
22.
think we got like 30k for him, didn't we? And then
Yeah.
And
It's
Gallagher, we got
interesting,
roughly
that comment
like
in the chat
100K.
that you're just reading up there. Do you want to list
we
the
got-
other three?
we got 150k for Walton, I think, and then Lloyd Jones to Liverpool. I think we got about 100k. That was that 2010, 2011 ish.
Might have been, just about, yeah, might have been. I was just going to say very quickly on Finn, just to give you a comparison. So he's only a first-year pro now. Last year he was an under-16, 12 goals, 6 assists. You compare that to, for example, Asaka, first year as an under-16, 3 goals, 4 assists in a similar number of starts. So Tegan Finn absolutely far outperformed Asaka at the under-16 age cohort. This season, 8 starts, 7 goals, 8 assists, and he's barely obviously started because he was injured at the start of the season and has been with the first team for a lot of it. Someone pointed out to me as well that Finn's got on their Instagram page, I think they said they've got like loads of videos of their goals, and they're pretty much all just whisker style, cutting and score a screamer kind of thing. So don't know if he's about to get a surge of new followers on Instagram, but someone told me there's a ton of like highlights that are on the story on his Instagram.
I've no idea. Nick, I think it's time we're going to take you out and bring Dan in. But is there anything you want to leave on? I feel like you may have built yourself up for a big point
Nope.
tonight.
Sign some players, sign some damn players. That's all.
No.
Just sign some players. I think we're all in relative unison. Sign at least one player.
Yeah, that would be nice. Right, cheers, Nick. Appreciate that. We'll get you back soon. We'll take you out. We'll bring Dan in. John is going to stay here to cover Sam Down in his absence because, as always, never on time. There is an update on the Argyle Life Transfer Centre. Not going to tweet it out because I'm busy, but I'm going to read it out. The rumour is that Plymouth Argyle have failed in a move for French midfielder Etienne Kamara. Have I said that right, John? Yeah, see, I can speak French.
More or less.
Apparently so. Centre midfielder. He's got 1 assist in 18 appearances this season. Never heard of him. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the Belgian side he plays for. Charleroi? There you go. I tried it. That sounds about right. I'm going to go with that. We haven't signed him, apparently, although the
Who
picture
do they think
he's
they
wearing-
are? Who do they think they are blocking the move? King Charles.
Yeah, the picture of him, he's in a Huddersfield shirt, so maybe I should know who he is. Oh, Adam has said that's rude. Yeah, if you want to go and read Adam's update, it's in the Argyle Life Transfer Centre. You know how to get to that. I need to draw this this shirt, don't I? Let's do this. Let's do it really professionally on my phone. Don't know if you can see that. I'm not cheating. Random website. Oh, move the blur. Good job this isn't going out as an actual pod because this would be awful. Here we go. Look, pick a winner. Put the tweet in. Look, I'm not cheating. Pick a winner. Go on then. Who's that? Can you even see me? Go on, pick one. Pick one quicker. Who's that? Who's that? This guy. This man has won a John Harvey with a little Cornish flag. Love that. Big up the Kerno. You have won the Graham Carey shirt from PAFC Displays. And if you didn't already know, £5 from every sale goes to Rachel Carey's GoFundMe as she fights lung cancer, which is brutal. So go and give them your support, and we'll get in touch with you, John, to get your shirt out. There you go, professional as ever. Look at that, fancy graphics and everything. Dan Ellard, how's things? You're looking a bit dapper. You don't have to dress up for these pods, you know. We're not all Joe.
I saw Joe Bell made the effort at the start of the pod, and I thought I'd go a little bit Jim White. I mean, our initial idea was for me to go and stand outside Home Park with a camera and a mic, and then, you know, as was the way on Sky Sports News back in the day, some kid would, you know, be standing behind me, you know, a bunch of kids throwing rude objects at me or whatever. But I think we decided against that strat, didn't we? So maybe next year.
I didn't decide against it. You did. I was all for it. You could have done
a
that.
bit cold. It's cold tonight, isn't it?
We'll do it in the summer transfer window. When you can wear shorts. Thoughts on the transfer window? I've run out of questions. This is Ben's hour to host. I don't know why I'm taking over.
You crack on,
Well,
mate. You crack.
Yeah. Well, I've been. We'll wait for Sam to come on in about 10 minutes' time, there or thereabouts. But I've been his best mate for I think about 27 years now. But I think our friendship could be in jeopardy tonight because we're going to fall out big time over our transfer policy as we do. I suspect he's going to come on and say something ludicrous about how many players we still need. Looking at the group chat, I think he still was kind of keen for 3 or 4 more, whereas I think we need 1 more. So we'll have a good argument on that at circa 9:15 tonight. But generally speaking, the 2 signings that were made just in time for the game against West Brom certainly made a difference, didn't they? Our defence looked meaner, a hell of a lot taller and tougher at winning headers. Every cross that came into the box seemed to be being headed away with some venom, which is really encouraging. And I think just to get those 2 bodies in, we knew we needed bodies at the back, but also 2 players who look like they will kind of suit our style. They're tall, they're aggressive, they want to try and first of all keep the ball out of their own goal, perhaps at a bit of a cost in terms of playing the ball out. Certainly Katic didn't seem the best on the ball based on Saturday, but that's absolutely fine when he plays middle centre back. Maxi certainly seemed to have the lot, didn't he? Some great crossfield balls, but also really, really aggressive defensively. And I think that's something we've been missing a hell of a lot of this season. So really encouraging all in all. Let's hope, like I say, I think we only need, in my opinion, 1 more centre mid. Let's hope we can get that one over the line before 11 o'clock tonight.
Same sort of question, Ben. Just thoughts on the transfer window, the deadline day so far. I don't think I've asked you that.
No, you haven't. No. Very rude. But then I wouldn't ask me either. I think I sit quite in the, as I like to think I probably am, in the middle of the road of most things, between Dan and Sam. Their opinions on the matter. Well, I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen how extreme Sam's is tonight. He might have moved. He'd want to move quite a lot, so he might be a little bit more extreme or less extreme than he was in the group chat. But I feel like at the start of the window, I thought, given the change in style, we could do with another option up top, because Tijani seems the perfect striker for this system on paper, being big, getting the knockdowns, etc. But coming back from injury, played less than 100 minutes for us before his surgery. It can take a long while to get up to speed with a muscle or a ligament injury or surgery. It can take a long time, as we've seen with Katic, taking a year to get back from his ACL. So he's back in training, etc. But whether he gets to full fitness, and even if he's proven at this level, I feel it would be nice to really optimize the system that we're trying to play here to get another striker in that mold. Now, as has been said earlier in the pod, I'm not going to go over it. We have got other strikers, but I think they're suboptimal in the system. But we make do. I don't think we're really going to come out of this window with completely replacing the spine to suit Muslic's style of play perfectly. So I would like to see a big number 9 to compete with Tijani, or to be an alternative to Tijani if he doesn't sort of pass the grade, as it were. But I'd definitely like to see that. I wanted at least 2 centre backs in. That was before Galloway was injured for the season. We've got 2 in. They look good. Zuch to come back. Paulson's proved to at least be able to function as the centre of a back 3. So I feel like that's covered. And the other one is the obvious one. I think, I align myself with Nick that we need a central midfielder, ideally someone who can do what Houghton does to rotate with him, I think, and maybe with a bit more dynamism to be able to get back on the cover, like Talavierov's been described as being able to do. Someone who can, when we are pressing high, if they break the press, we need someone who can get back in. Randall, I think, maybe has to hang back a little bit more if he's with Houghton. JB, I think, it's not so cute, not so good on the ball with on the turn, on the half turn, as Houghton is. So we kind of want someone who, as has been talked about, I think John mentioned it about our keepers, if you cut them in half and splice the DNA. So Houghton and JB, if you could splice them, would be the perfect sort of model. And I think a body, a physical and an athlete in the middle would be useful. I don't think we need them to be creative. I think we've got enough of that in the team. But I think an addition there. I mean, having said that, I'm banging the Caleb Roberts drum very strongly. So I'd be quite happy to see him get minutes. It might not be the best option. He might sink rather than swim, although I've been very impressed with him. So I wouldn't be averse to seeing him be the 30-minute, the 60-minute substitute, the 70-minute substitute if needs be. But at the start of the window, I said we'd need at least 2 centre backs, a midfielder and a striker for me to feel comfortable that we can compete. And I think there's a tendency to, because we've improved under Muslic now, to say, oh, well, that's okay. We don't need as much potentially, but it's kind of a false. It's it's a bit of a game theory sort of miscalculation. Like, for example, if you've I'm trying to think of an illustration that works. Let's say your car is missing some pieces, or some pieces need upgrading, right? They need replacing, and you go into a garage and you say, like, these bits need doing, and the guy says, well, let me have a look at it first. Let me give it a once over, and he says, well, I've been able to make it work better. I've changed a few things round, and I've lubricated this, and I've topped up this, and I've cleaned that, so now it's running better. You don't then say, well, I don't need to replace the parts that need replacing, do you? Just because someone's got the car working better. And I feel like Muslic has come in, and yes, he's got the 2 new additions, but I feel like he's just got everybody organised and trained, and they seem to be. I'd forgotten what it was like to see a team where you could follow the patterns of play and see the links between the units, the defensive, the midfield, the forward units, to be like, oh, I can see what we're doing here. There's a cohesive plan here. There's a strategy at work. So that's naturally going to improve the squad. That doesn't remove the thought that you can improve on what you've got and add an upgrade in the positions that you need to. In fact, if anything, it's more a supporting argument that we should do that. But someone just saying they got to fix their intercooler. Apologies for the reminder. It's actually, if he can improve the squad this much, surely bringing in a few optimized, what's the word I'm looking for? Their skill sets, bringing in a few sort of profiles. That's the word I was looking for. If you bring in a few profiles that really fit the bill of what Muslic wants, then that gives an even better chance of staying up. And I haven't got a problem with the money not being spent. I think that's something that people bang the drum of. Well, I've got the Whittaker money. We're in a profit, etc. The money's irrelevant. It's about getting the right players. And I have a problem. So there was a really, like, after the game, I think it might have been Sky Sports asked Muslic about the debuts for the 2 new centre backs, and he said something like, they did really well. I've said before, we need the right people in, not just anybody, and these 2 are, the best. These are the right people to come in, and everyone sort of jumped on that. Said, yeah, we only want people coming in if it's the right person. But we forget that, was it Eerdhuizen? I can't remember his name, but if he'd have arrived, then likely one of them wouldn't be here. So I think there's a lot of careful wording. He's a very, very good communicator, and that's something you can say, and it doesn't actually mean what it means. It says that the people who are coming in, it kind of protects you, doesn't it? It's a line that protects you if you don't get anyone. You say, well, we couldn't get anybody who really fit our bill, and it protects you from looking like you failed. Conversely, when you get someone in, it gives them the confidence and gives the fans the confidence to get behind that player and buy into them and give them the support. So I do feel like that might be a little bit of smoke and mirrors. I do think we would like some bodies in. I think Muslic would very much like some bodies in. And was some of our movement a bit late? That's something that you can't really comment on because you don't know what takes, how long things take. There are complications, but I would have liked to have seen some movement earlier. I mean, just to think, if we'd got these 2 guys in, or 2 players of their quality, 2 big centre backs in, and again, it might not be feasible. You can't just demand that players appear out of nowhere. That's just not the way life works. But if we could have lined a couple up for the beginning of the window, they could have been in, for example, against Burnley and etc. So I feel like that is, if we're short by a couple of points come the last day of the season, I will have a niggle that maybe if we'd got people in earlier, it might have made a difference. But this is all semantics. I mean, I do think we need 2 more. That would satisfy me. I don't think it will be a stunning window, even if we do get 2 in. Just because, like I say, because of the timings. But I'm really impressed with the 2 centre backs who've started. And I, more than anything, I think it's a good. Muslic is proving that the point that coaches are worth their money. People always go on about, nobody could get better out of this squad, etc., etc. And there's a reason why coaches are the highest paid person at a club most of the time, at least in terms of the out of the boardroom. Coaches can do an awful lot, and I think Muslic getting a tune out of this squad is more exciting, really, than anybody we might bring in. I think that there's reason to trust in him. If we go down because we don't get a couple of players in, and that makes a difference, yes, it will be annoying, but we're in good hands and well set to bounce back. I think that's much more important than, for example, if we had Wayne Rooney still here and went and spent 6 million and brought in a whole bunch of potentially top quality players, but then we're still as disorganized and ragtag and conceding 2.2 goals, whatever it is, on average per game. Still, that would put us in a worse position. So the players in and of themselves aren't the issue. It's good that I think the manager, as John said, is very impressive, and I think that we can progress under him. But I would have liked to have seen those 4 bodies in by the end of the window. It doesn't look like we're going to get them. So I think overall I will be slightly disappointed, but there's still a chance. Definitely, I went from sort of like 2% belief that we could stay up to maybe like 30 or 40%. We'll see how that changes by the end of the night. But it's definitely not going to be panic stations if nothing else happens, in my opinion.
Really, by the way, can I just say, disgusting to see Mark in the comments complaining about 350 quid for his intercooler when we've got the Gibson money and the Whittaker money, and Mark's probably going to end tonight in surplus even after paying for his intercooler. So I think Simon Hallow should resign. I think it's disgusting.
Sorry, how are you pronouncing that?
Look, I mean, I'm still sitting here because Sam hasn't fucking bothered turning up, so I may as well sound like him. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, I'll let you off.
Just after the watershed, John, that was all right.
Yeah. It's StreamYard's telling me there's over 5,100
watershed
people.
down. Had to say that.
Oh yeah, fair enough. StreamYard's telling me that there's over 5,100 people watching, and 20 of those are from Facebook, so that's quite fun. I like that. Yeah, we've launched YouTube memberships. I've got to get a plug in there. It means a new level of interactivity on our live streams with a range of Argyle Life emojis. They're coming soon. We need 10 members. And then it allows us to have emojis. We've got 7 currently. So if 3 more of you sign up, then you get custom emotes of Sam Down and Joe Bell that they don't know about yet and haven't signed off, and are definitely going to hate. But and John and Ben and Dan and myself. Yeah, nothing too stupid. But anyway, you get those. You also get early access to videos, namely the My Argyle Life interview series. There's a big one recording next Monday, like big. I'm buzzing. And the scouting report when possible. Ben doesn't know that yet, but he does now. And it continues most of the perks that you already had on Patreon, like having your name across the bottom of the screen whenever we're live. So just massive thanks to Andrew Thomas, Dan Underwood, Kenny Pester, Pat Down, Zach Brown, Sean McCoy, and Matt Dorr, who have signed up already in our first couple of days. So appreciate that. Sam Down is on his way at some point. Ben, do you want to take over? I feel like I've run the course. You take over, and I'll just sit here until Sam comes.
What do you think of the transfer window, Aaron? We haven't heard anything from you tonight. How would you like to share your opinion on the transfer window?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm brutally honest, I'm at this point, and people might know this, where I have a lot going on in my life to the point where whether Argyle make a signing or not, I couldn't really care less. Like, it is what it is. I sort of resigned to relegation already. And like whether Simon Hallett gets his checkbook out or not, whether we get a striker in or not, whether we get a CDM, yeah, it might make my life slightly better. But at that point where it's really not a major concern of mine, and I need to go upstairs and give a bedroom wall a second coat of paint because I have a house inspection on Wednesday. So that's where I'm at with the transfer window. I don't know if that's helpful, but that's That's just my
Well,
thoughts on it.
thank you for adding some, perspective to the discussion.
I hope you're not just papering over the cracks, Aaron.
I literally am. I literally am painting over a little bit of a few black spots of mold. They won't know unless my landlord is watching this pod, in which case that is a joke. Do not have any mold in the bathroom.
No, well, we'll let you go and lick your walls sooner rather than
Thanks,
later.
mate. I appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers, guys.
If you want to shoot, thanks for doing that. Oh, is John going to be the large member of the group? We often refer to John as the largest member of the chat. So we were hoping at this point to have some kind of breaking news. I think maybe we all were expecting maybe there to be a deal done. The rumors, the noises were that someone was going to be coming in, and yet we're still here quiet. Dan, you've said you think one is all we need. Do you think that if we don't get that one in, it's still a decent window?
I think there's always a line in the sand, isn't there, as to what would be okay and what would be just a little bit short and what would be a little bit too much. I think if we do, here he is. If we do if we don't get that centre mid in, it does look like we're quite short in that area. I share your views on Roberts. I think he's been pretty good this season, especially at Brentford. He was excellent. JB has been a bit more cold than hot for me so far this year. And whilst I think he is capable of playing in a midfield 2 and a 3-4-3, I think he's much more suited to when we play 4-3-3 and you've got that guy sitting in front of the back four and then 2 centre mids that play higher up and can really go up and press and not have to worry too much about getting back. That's when we see the best of JB, in my opinion. So that then does leave Randall and Houghton, and heaven forbid if one of them gets injured long term towards the end of the season, we do look very, very light then. So I do think we really do need a centre mid, and it would leave us pretty short if we don't get that body in. As you said earlier tonight, I think it needs to be the right person for sure, and it does need to be someone. If we're going to continue playing 3-4-3, as it does look like we will be, does need to be someone who's quite, rangy, can get around the pitch, can press high up when needed, especially when we're going to be more aggressive in more winnable games and try and really press the ball with those 2 centre mids and the wing backs and play higher up from there. And then also be able to get back, going the other way if the opposition beat the press, getting back to try and, and cover and recover, but also slot into those positions to maybe cover a wing back that's gone high up. Or we saw Houghton at times on Saturday almost making like a 4th centre back to cover a runner. That's something that the centre mid that comes in will need to do. So it would be, I hope we do get that 4th that final signing in before the end of the window, and it would be a bit of a concern for me if we don't get that centre mid in.
I think I agree entirely with your tactical analysis of what we need that person to be doing as well. I don't think there's any point bringing in someone who's not capable of doing that just for the sake of it. But I do think someone, even if they're not top tier of that profile, would do an excellent job and plug holes in the system there. John, what do you think if we are stuck at this? Everyone is aware that Sam Down has entered the building fashionably late as always. But at least he's in the stands with his tracksuit on. There must have been a miscommunication between the management and the agent. John, what do you think if this is what we're left with come the end of the window, come 11 o'clock tonight? How would you rate it? Let's have a score out of 10. Maybe I should have asked Dan for that. Maybe a rating out of 10 if this is what we're left with.
First of all, actually, what the viewers at home don't know is that Sam isn't allowed to talk until his paperwork has been cleared and he's been given visa and international approval. So while the cutoff time for the podcast tonight is 11 o'clock, we might not be hearing Sam speak until 11:20, 11:40, perhaps into the morning. So Sam can hold tight there. And if you like, I can continue to put words into his mouth as I've been doing for the last 2 hours and 24 minutes in the absence of other news, but no, just kidding. Sam will be able to share his 0 out of 10 and sack the board comments for the transfer window once I have offered a let's say performatively generous mark, just to annoy Sam and give him something to push back on. I think it's a 5 or a 6 if being generous. But that is a lot better than it being a 1 or a 2 or a 3, which it was looking like it could have been on track for. You know, I think that the club ultimately have broken the club transfer record twice in a January transfer window. And I don't want to sort of sit here and diminish that, right? I think it can be easy to say, well, we didn't get in 7 or 8 players, or we didn't, seed the squad with absolute quality. But that does require a financial commitment, even if we have had 2 outgoings. It's not a small thing for a club of our size and budget to do that. So I think credit is due there. And I think those 2 players who have come in, I'm excited about. Baidoo hasn't done it massively so far, but I think there's going to be a period of adaptation for him. I personally see signs, actually, to sort of refer back to a conversation we were having earlier with Nick about whether he'd been signed for the wrong system and now he was going to have to adapt to a new system and it might not work for him. It's a risk, but I feel like against Brentford in that first game where he started, his touch of the ball wasn't great, but his pressing was really, really good. It was really energetic, as was occasionally his sort of running with the ball, carrying it up the pitch. I think we haven't quite seen that in the game since then, but I think that is in there. And I think those are the qualities that are needed to make a successful number 10 in Muslic's system. So I'm excited about that one. Talavirov, I think, looks excellent. Obviously, it's only 1 game, but I really, really like the sort of, for all the reasons we discussed already, really like that one. Katic coming in as a player who's been there, who's experienced at the highest levels of the game. It's the SPL, but for a big club, and it's sort of a bit of a cult hero there by all accounts. And then Pushka's come in and done really, really well so far as well. From again, as was mentioned earlier, I think by Graham, a club who ran Bayern Munich very close in the Bundesliga the other day. I think these are 4 very high caliber signings, and you could definitely criticize the time sort of delay on which a couple of them were brought in, and you can definitely criticize whether Baidoo was brought in for the right system, all of that kind of thing. But I think given how rocky January is anyway, the fact that we're in a league where a team that we outplayed at home park just before Christmas have gone out today and they've confirmed the signing of Kelechi Iheanacho for starters. Who else was it? They were said to be in talks to sign some absolutely ridiculous midfielder, and then also
Tyler Morton.
No,
trying to sign, I think.
Yeah, Morton from Liverpool.
The chap who was at Bologna.
Right.
What's his name? Double-barreled surname. It's completely left my mind.
Illing Jr.
Yes, that's
Illing
it.
Jr. So yeah, we're in the this is not like the best team in the league or anything. It's the team that we outplayed before Christmas. That's before we get into them signing our best player on paper. We're not particularly competitive at this level financially. We're not going to be able to get the best players in, and the January transfer window just sucks. It's difficult. It's hard. It's a very short window of time. You've got games thick and fast through it, and that's before you factor in a change of manager. Obviously, the club deserve criticism for hiring Wayne Rooney and necessitating that change of manager. So that was not ideal preparation for going into this window. Clearly, yes, there are things we could have done differently, but I think when you throw in that curveball into what is already a difficult period and already a difficult situation for us, just structurally competing with teams who have way more money, it does not look like this January transfer window has been as bad as last January's, or the one before even arguably turned out to be. The one in League One is a little ambiguous because we did get a couple of players over the line who did well, but we also signed players who did not go on to have a really great career, and that was in the context of a promotion battle where we ended up going up. But arguably, if we hadn't gone up and we'd been like 1 point the other side of the line, which very easily could have happened if 1 or 2 results had swung against us, probably the figures would have been pointed at the recruitment in January. I think it's fair to say, for just not quite getting us over. So, I don't think it's been a complete disaster. That being said, I'm only giving it a 5 or a 6 because it's 4 bodies as opposed to 5 or 6. I think if we do get in a midfielder before the deadline, really whoever it is, as I said earlier, I'm not really concerned about this being a kind of world-altering quality of addition, but just someone who is a senior player who can play there and has the attributes we need as a squad option. I'll definitely elevate it to a 6. I think for a 7 or 8 out of 10, I would just have really, really wanted to sign a striker who fits Muslic's profile, who has a better fitness record than Tajani. I know Dan disagrees on us needing to sign a striker. I don't think we absolutely need to, but I would have liked to, and I personally would have been very amenable to overpaying a little bit for Jata just to get him in as both a player who may fit Muslic's style now, but also a prospect for whatever league we're in next year. And then, arguably a Whittaker replacement, not as sort of a very wide player, but maybe just someone else to go into that rotation in the 10s would have been like elevating it to like an 8 out of 10 level of window. But you know what? Actually, I've talked myself into giving it a 6 out of 10 as a baseline, and I'll elevate it to a 7 if we sign a midfielder before the deadline. I think anything after that would have been an 8 or a 9. And there we go. That's the reaction that I was hoping for from Sam. And I will on that bombshell dip out because I have to go and take care of some stuff. But I'll be tuned in for the rest of the evening. I've been here for 2.5 hours and need to go and eat something. But thanks as always for having me on, guys. And I'll be tuning into Sam on my phone in 3, 2, 1.
There we go. Are you happy being the large window, Dan? We can always put Sam there, since he is the.
I was going to say, I think the people want someone else to take centre stage, and that's better.
I'm going to have to tilt it because that large window gives a lovely view up my nostrils when the screen's so tilted. So I'm going to have to. There we go. That'll do, I reckon. Cuts off the top of my head, but I think that's better than the. That'll do. I should think. There we go. Yeah, large window and looking very ominously daunting on that entire right-hand side of the screen. I can see. How's everyone doing? I'm very tired.
You're very tired.
Yeah,
well,
not bad.
Hopefully we have a few slips of the tongue then, and some, you can let out your real feelings without restraint, and let us know what you think of the window. The lads have on the stream, the viewers have been waiting for you all evening. So, before I come to you and ask for your run through, and I'll ask you for to go off on everything, both the signings we've received, the window as a whole, what you're hoping in the last hour. You can go ham. But just before we do, I just want to say Pilgrim Dave has become our newest YouTube member. Thank you, Dave. I hope you get to enjoy all those benefits Aaron was talking about earlier. But go on, Sam. Let's have it. Let the viewers know your feelings.
I'm certainly not going to give it a 0 out of 10. That was John engaging in a little bit of exaggeration there, I think. But I'm it's going to be probably closer to a 0 than it is to John's actual mark, because I'm thinking at the minute that I'm depending on what may happen, based on the expectation that we're going to get Boateng and nobody else, I'm probably then giving it a 3 out of 10 based on that, just because I think it isn't only about the numbers, it's about the quality. And I'm not convinced that we've added up or upgraded quality in a great many areas, apart from centre-back for sure. It's obviously very much a window of two halves. We have the window of the club targets, the players who we were clearly targeting before the change of manager. And then we have the window of the new Muslic era targets. There were a couple of comments made in the press that did allude to changing the strategy, which is tough for sure. But, let's couple of things there that we could point to. We could point to one, should we have appointed Wayne Rooney in the first place? Absolutely not in hindsight. I said absolutely not when he was first hired. I did get myself foolishly get talked into it, but absolutely not was the answer. Should we have then left it so long before firing Wayne Rooney? Absolutely not is the answer. He should have been gone a bit earlier, in my view. I did say that once we appointed Phelan, at that point, you kind of had to give him a chance because that was almost akin to being a new manager. But I just wouldn't have bothered with Phelan. I would have sacked Rooney probably after the Bristol City game or maybe the Swansea game. So that's two things. The third thing is, should we have then gone on a full recruitment process lasting 10 days when that basically cut into a good third of the transfer window? I think not. I think we should have headhunted somebody. I'm not going to give my view on who we think we should have headhunted, but if Muslic was the first choice and he was the best choice, headhunting Muslic would have been better than a prolonged recruitment process, because we didn't really have time in truth for a prolonged recruitment process. And with Muslic, as much as he may well be an excellent manager long term, I still think it was a huge gamble to hire a manager with a very radically different style of play when we had already began the transfer window. Again, if we'd have hired Muslic in the summer rather than Rooney, I know he was employed at that point, fantastic. Even if we'd have gone down to League One or even narrowly stayed up and hired Muslic as a free agent next summer, again, fine, fantastic. Even if at a push we'd have sacked Rooney after that, Bristol City game, and then got Muslic in for early December, giving him a chance to have a look at the squad, recalibrate the transfer targets. Again, that would have been fair enough to some extent. But hiring a manager with a radically different set of priorities for transfers when we were a third of the way into the transfer window, just to me smacks of a very disjointed transfer strategy. Beidou, I could take John's point on board. He did press very well in the Brentford game. I do think actually he pressed pretty well in the first quarter of an hour against West Brom at the weekend. I'm not going to go too far into my views on the West Brom game because I'll get a slapped wrist for that because that was in the previous section of the pod. But I do think to comment on that, Beidou did press well in that game to some extent. So I'm not saying he's totally irredeemable for the style, but I think he's clearly is more considered for a possession-based build-up style rather than a what we have now, which I think would be probably not unfairly categorized as a territorial style rather than the possession style. I was going to say kick it long, press it hard. That's a bit simplistic because we did have some good build-up play as well, but it's primarily about getting the ball into the dangerous position and then pressing high in the final third rather than about working it into a perfect position for a cross or a shot, which maybe the comments were regarding. I can see that which maybe the previous styles regarding. I'm seeing some comments about I need to give my ceiling a clean. Yes, it's a very cold time of year and it's right by the window. I've had a busy week. I'll get around to it. Don't worry. It will be done probably this evening or tomorrow. I should have realised I was going to be on the large screen, but there's only 3 of us. I should have cleaned it before coming on. That's my bad. It will be clean. Don't worry. But I'm interested to hear the comments. We're talking about Aaron's mould on his ceiling as to who has the mouldiest ceiling, whether that's me or Aaron. Well, the comments are welcome. Going back onto the main comment for the audio listeners who probably don't have a clue what that whole segment was about. Very sorry again to them. Aaron's going to be fuming at me already for making him edit that. Yes, going back onto the main point, Beidou more suited to the old style. Pushka, I think, actually almost by accident, is maybe more suited to this style because even though he was signed very much before hiring Muslic, he actually fits like a glove. So that one worked out quite well. And then we have the signings that were very much clearly intended for the Muslic style of play. This entirely, well, not entirely different, but largely different style of play that we're now implementing. Very much 2 very big physical centre backs who are going to fight, compete for everything. Big and strong, very passionate. Obviously, Maxi. We all saw what he was like in the game against West Brom. And I think that those are undeniably 2 good signings for the system. But I think if you look at what we would have aimed to go into this window to do, I certainly think we would have aimed to get a better striker. And yes, I know we've got a few in terms of numbers, but we've got Hardy, who maybe, hopefully, he's going to come into a good streak at the right time. But at that time, had got a very long run without a goal. We've got Obafemi, who at the start of the month was pretty much being, or certainly middle of the month, more like was being completely frozen out. And question marks about attitude, training, so on. Now, Muslic has, to be fair, come out and said he's massively improved, but that still doesn't physically change the fact he's a very questionable fit for the system. Obafemi, somebody sent me a stat, who I chat to occasionally on Twitter, sent me a stat the other day that Muslic was in like the bottom percentile of European forwards for headed percentage. Now, yes, you could maybe say some of that was down to maybe his attitude wasn't in the right place, and with his attitude being in the right place, he'll start winning more in the air, and maybe that's true. But he is also a short fella, there's no getting around that. And even if he gets from the bottom percentile to the bottom quintile, that's still pretty low, right? So Obafemi not a great fit. Hardy question marks around form up to Saturday, and Tijani, whilst I think he might be the perfect fit if he comes in and gets fully fit, he is still working his way back from fitness. He is still clearly having his minutes managed, isn't he? He wasn't brought on at all on Saturday. Maybe that was tactical, but maybe it's just a question of easing him back. When's he going to be ready to play, Saturday, Tuesday? Is that going to happen? Or even when's he going to be ready to play full 90s, Saturday to Saturday? When's even that going to happen? Could be a bit of a way off yet. And I think as much as two of the signings we have brought in have been good, hopefully we'll get at least a CM tonight to complement it. You really have to question the points that were left on the table, because yes, it's all very well saying, oh, well, we've got them in the transfer window, but two good signings right at the very end of the January transfer window are nowhere near equivalent in value to two big signings right at the very start. Because if we'd have had them in for the games against Oxford, QPR, Burnley, Sunderland, obviously from those 4 games we got 2 points, beg your pardon. Obviously the draw to Oxford and the draw to Sunderland, that could easily have turned those 2 points into 5, 6 more, even potentially, if we had the right players in at that time. So I don't think we can just say a free pass of, oh, well, it came good in the end, because that's crucial points on the table. We could even be out of the relegation zone by now if those players had gotten in time. So I do think that there are a lot of questions to be asked about this transfer window. I'm already maybe thinking maybe a 3 out of 10 is a little bit harsh, because it's tough to talk about Maxi Talayerov and Nikola Katic without mentioning how good they, certainly Maxi, were on Saturday. Because again, I know we're not primarily talking about the West Brom game now, but Maxi was absolutely excellent. He deserved man of the match in a game when Ryan Hardy came on and won the game by himself. Maxi was still somehow even better. He was man of the match, completely dominant, actually surprisingly really good with the ball as well, really calm, really composed in possession. Adam's got an analysis piece out on him on the written side of the website, which I'm sure you will all want to read. That's live and will be promoted all over our socials tomorrow. But he looks like a great signing, so credit where due on that. And we have broke the fee on him. Katic, I think, was a little bit rustier, but still pretty good, barring his error for the goal. I think it was a solid 7 out of 10 performance over there. Most of the time he was on. Maybe the goal just stocks him down to a 6 out of 10, but still overall for a first start in goodness knows how long, coming off, still maybe not quite back to his best from his ACL injury. I'm pretty happy with that performance as a starter. So yeah, I'm kind of starting to waffle a bit at this stage. I think there are some good signings, but we would really wanted to upgrade the quality of striker. I'm not gonna lie, I think we would have wanted to upgrade the quality of CM. And even if we get Boateng in, I think he's probably adequate cover, but I think we really want someone who is on paper as good or even better than Houghton and Randall. Now, I'm not saying they would necessarily come straight into the team, because Houghton and Randall have both been very good the last 2 games. But again, you can't expect Houghton and Randall to start every game. Roberts, maybe, but again, it's a relegation fight, isn't it? You wouldn't want to rely on him to have to play a prolonged run. And JB, I think, I don't think he was at all good in the midfield 3, even in Rooney style. In the Muslic style, which is far more around scrapping, physicality, defensive attributes into, I think he's even less suited. I think JB might have a role to play and is one of the inside forwards, one of the number 10s in the system. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced we've got enough in CM at all. Yes, Boateng would add a little bit of depth, a little bit of padding that we wouldn't have to play Roberts or JB there, like a little bit of a more substantial option. But again, is he an upgrade on quality? Is he somebody who is better than Houghton or better than Randall, which I think we really need? No, I'm not sure he is. But I guess the fact that we've now realised Houghton isn't our best team is better than nothing. So yeah, I can maybe be persuaded to a 4 out of 10 just because Puacha has been very good. Maxi in his first game is very good. Katic is certainly an improvement on Paulson. So yeah, I can maybe be one round, but lack of quality upgrade in CM, lack of quality upgrade in striking areas, far too late to bring in defensive quality, leaving valuable points on the table, which are now, I think, to blame for us being in the relegation zone to some extent. And I think also right wing back is a little bit weak, actually, because yes, Ballymumba can play there, but I think we will all probably agree he's far better on the left hand side. Joe Edwards, realistically, are we going to see him much this season? I don't know. He's been in the Sky panel. That's not normally the kind of thing you do if you're expected to be back anytime soon. Maybe I'm reading a bit too much into that, but there's no comments about him in press conference, and I think he's not going to be match fit till maybe April. Of course, we have Sorinola. He's been excellent, but he cramps up quite often. Is he going to be fit to play full 90 minutes every game? I would have liked another option to Sorinola, but yeah, I guess it'll have to be Mumba. He's not great on that right hand side, but considering we've got like a billion options on the left hand side, then I guess it will have to be Mumba there. But yeah, overall to summarise, not enough in important areas. The ones we have got in weren't got in quick enough, and I still think we're a little bit short in a few crucial areas. So not a great window, but redeemed by the fact that Maxi does look quality, perhaps does look pretty good, and Katic looks fairly good. Beidou has been poor so far, but too early to write him off. So yeah, I'm thinking like a free. If it ends as it is now, 3 out of 10. If we get some quality in, if we even get Boateng in, I could be persuaded to go up to a 4 out of 10. If we get Boateng in and maybe another quality attacking player who can fill striker and / or one of the number 10 roles, then I would maybe budget up a bit more. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Right now, if all else stays as it is, 3 out of 10. And that was probably my longest ever monologue I've done on this pod. Thank you for suffered through that.
It's a pretty comprehensive case for the prosecution, and Dan, I will come to you because I'm sure you might make a case for the defence in a second. And then after that, maybe we'll go through some of these starred comments if we have no more movement. Just to say, I am awful at multitasking, so between checking the comments, etc., I'm not keeping an eye on any rumours or any actual genuine reports of Land Rovers, etc. So feel free, people in the chat, to throw out any verified rumours or sort of gossip or breaking news from decent sources in the chat. Although now I've said that, there's going to be all kinds of jokes that I'm going to have to feel.
You have a license now to cause absolute havoc in the comments. We're going to be getting all sorts now, aren't we?
Yeah, I've set myself up there awfully, haven't I? So Dan, you heard Sam's case. I made some of those points. I think some of them I disagree with too. We had John give it a 6 to 7 out of 10 earlier. Sam's given it a 3. You don't have to give us a 10 out of 10 score if you don't want to, but was there anything there that you would think you'd like to rebut?
Well, where to start? No, I'm mostly agreeing with John's points. I'd maybe go kind of 5 up to a 6, depending on the centre mid acquisition. But Sam, how you can write off Boateng when you haven't even seen him play yet is absolutely baffling. I know you're going to say it's on reputation or whatever, or what fans think of him, or I don't know, is some stat or whatever. But we know, as we have seen too well this season and over the last couple of years, about how managers can get more out of certain players than other managers can. He might be the perfect fit for our system. He might come in and do a really good job. We don't know. You might well be right. He might come in and not be particularly good, or we might get someone else in who might not be particularly good. But let's just wait and see on that one. And of course, you could argue then, in terms of wanting to give a rating for this transfer window, is kind of tricky because, a few of those signings were have been quite late. So we don't know, even though the signs are pretty good, especially with Maxi and with Katic and Puhac as well. Longer term, throughout the rest of the season, we don't necessarily know that they're going to be good or not. Hopefully they will be, and I trust that Muslic will get the most out of them. But we'll have to wait and see on that front. Regarding the timing of the signings, I agree with you in that it's frustratingly late, but it's just the circumstance of sacking Rooney, isn't it? And I'm not as bothered about this whole 10 days as you are. I think we needed to wait to, I'd rather we spent a bit of time to get the right man in rather than rushing to get the wrong person in. And they felt they needed to do that through interviews. Fine. If that works out and Muslic turns out to be a good manager, the signs are pretty good so far. Absolutely no problem at all. But it does come back to the crux of it of just, well, as you know, I wouldn't have gone anywhere near Wayne Rooney as our head coach. But once he was in, I think it's shocking that we left it as long as we did to sack him. had it been around the time of that Bristol City game, as you said, Sam, we would have had time to find the new head coach, get him in, implement his style a little bit, assess the squad, and then go into January with a clear target in who we wanted to kind of let go, ship out, whatever, and who we wanted to bring in. Unfortunately, with the timing of it, and I think Muslic was appointed on the 10th of January or 9th of January, wasn't he? We were always kind of behind the game, and it was going to come to this point where we were going to get players in. So in terms of judging this window from the 1st of January, I don't think it's too bad at all because of the hand that we dealt ourselves just before the start of January by sacking him too late. Had we prepared ourselves better in November and December, which we should have done, we could have had a better January as a result and got those players in earlier. The way it's happened is it hasn't really worked out that way. But on the striker debate, I've warmed to the idea a little bit into that. I can see the benefits of it, Sam, but I still think with Tijani, Hardy, Obafemi kind of seems like a bit of a clean slate from Muslic, which hopefully, whilst there are some, he's not a perfect stylistic fit, I think he'll still be useful to us as he was off the bench on Saturday. And then you've also got Bundu, who I thought was pretty good when he started up front. I think he's definitely an option there, whilst he can also play in the 10 and play wide in a 4-2-3-1. I think he is pretty good as a lone striker and kind of being a bit of a focal point. He can bully defenders a little bit. Not perfect, but a little bit. And then you've also got Beidou, who can play a bit of a false nine role if we're perhaps looking to play ultra defensive away from home or something like that, like kind of like we did at Brentford, although we were more in the game. I think that leaves us with enough. I'm not completely against the idea of adding a bit more quality in there, but as I said to you before, I am conscious of, our squad in terms of pure numbers. I think we're up to 20 if you include Roberts and Issaka. I think we're at 23 now plus Edwards, which feels like it's about right. I know there might be a bit of an injury crisis, suspensions, meaning we're having to put a few kids on the bench, say la vie. I'd rather that than us having 26, 27 in the squad. They're all available. And then Muslic is having to go to 6 or 7 senior players the night before a game going, sorry, pal, you haven't even made the bench. That to me that will be difficult to manage for squad morale. I know Schumacher did it just about in the second half of 2023 when we had a pretty big squad, but then we also lost our best striker to Blackburn Rovers in the summer. Maybe that was something to do with it, I don't know, but it's that fine balance, like I said before, just the line in the sand of being a little bit light, a little bit thin on the ground, which I think we are if we don't get this centre mid in, and being a bit too bloated, which I think if we get this extra striker in, we would be. If we get the centre mid in, for me, that would just be the perfect happy medium of enough depth, but not too much to potentially cause issues.
I can see that. I mean, the only thing I'd say about getting the striker and maybe leaving us too bloated is I think you've got to balance the to sort of repeat a name from repeat a debate from the WhatsApp chat. You've got to balance, I think, positive externalities against negative externalities. I'm not completely ruling out that there may be some negative externalities from having too many players who can play striker. I certainly would say that I think you're maybe overstating how bad that can be, because Hardy can play as the inside forward, Obafemi can play as the inside forward, Tijani will know his minutes are being managed for fitness anyway. So I think the chances of one or both of those three getting huffy are fairly slim. And let's be honest, Obafemi's been quite huffy for most of his time here anyway, if rumours are to be told. So that maybe it wouldn't make such a difference. So and ultimately, if the rest of the squad are all pulling together and buying in, which I think they are by all accounts, I think maybe Muslic has had disagreements with one or two players. Maybe Obafemi, he's learnt to toe the line and buckle down. A couple of the players who've left maybe you've just realised they're not very suited to maybe the demands that he asks of them in that extent. But I think even if there are one or two who are sulking by the sidelines, I think the extent of that causing a negative impact can be overstated. I'm not going to say that there's no negative impact from that, but I think the extent of it can be really overstated. What we cannot, even if we accept there is a negative possibility from that, the positive possibility of having a clear first choice who is just better and who can get goals and who can bring others into play and all the stuff Mudric wants from a striker, that there's question marks around all the other three to some extent. I think you have to balance the positive potential of that against the negative potential of maybe one or two might not be too happy. But even if we're going to not sign a striker, Mudric himself very much mentioned in his interview about the importance of trying to replace Morgan. So I think he clearly wanted a number 10, and is that going to get done? Maybe not. We don't know. We don't know fully. That nobody had heard the name of Mustafa Bundu until about 10:35 p.m. on deadline day, summer 2023, had they? And I think Ryan Sessegnon, he'd hardly been linked until he joined on deadline day. So we may well get a number 10, but I do think Mudric wanted another number 10. That being said, perhaps that might sort itself out in the extent of the sheer number of players who were not signed as being number 10s who end up playing there. Like Hardy, who would have thought Ryan Hardy would have been so good as an inside forward, and he'd be absolutely fantastic. I'll bring it up the WhatsApp chat, and I will boast the fact I did say we need Hardy on for these transitions when it was 0-0, and to be fair, then they went 1-0 up, and I thought, well, maybe they're gonna sit in now, but they didn't. They really pushed for the second goal, and we got in behind them. Obviously, the penalty had a bit more build up to it, but the winner was a pure counter-attacking goal. Hazard rolls it out to Puhac, incredibly great ball across the field, and Hardy then gets in. Obviously, a couple of defenders in the way, bit of a shimmy, and finds the net. So, well, what's the point of making of that? Yeah, so Hardy is the wide forward, really was an understatedly good option. The way if he was in the middle of the field, maybe he wouldn't have been there. Maybe he would have had a bit more of a run to make to go out wide and pick up that ball at that time, and then there would have been nobody in the middle. So who knows? Hardy as a wide forward really could be a viable option. Maybe even JB in the system is a more viable option as a wide forward than he is in the CM. Who knows? Maybe even with his Travels at fullback, and maybe with Sorinola and Pushka having those two spots on lock, maybe even Mumba could be used as that inside forward. So, the number 10 side of it is the one where actually I will say, and this is me saying this, even I think we're okay for a number 10, because we've got Beidou, Bundu, Callum Wright, Rami Al-Hajj. Look, if an absolutely, well, don't get me wrong, if we had an absolutely fantastic number 10 come up for a reasonable price, and that was like the only position where we could get anyone, then yeah, I'd say better to add quality. But I think we're fine for number 10. I really would have liked it. I really would have liked a striker, but I can understand your view. But I just feel that the real upgrading quality we could have got there, and reliability, just with like the Obafemi's lack of suitability, Tijani's fitness, and Hardy's form again up to yesterday. But maybe even if Hardy is going to be on form in the wider position, we still need someone who can fill the centre. And I'm not sure that any of the ones we currently have are great for that. So I still really will, whilst I can respect your view, agree to disagree on a striker. Let's just hope that we can get a CM in, because I think that is the one position we absolutely all agree one is needed, because we're going to either have JB in a position where he's not very good in the system. Cynic might say he's not very good in this league, but certainly I think not in this system in CM. Caleb Roberts, who as much as that second half against Brentford, he was fantastic. I think in some other games he's played has looked not quite ready, and that is natural with a young player. They will have good games and bad games, up and down, but you don't want to have to rely on him in a relegation fight. You can have him the odd time, but you don't want to rely on him. So CM is where we really need somebody urgently, and if we don't get a CM in, I'm going to be praying for the health of Jordan Houghton and Adam Randall if we don't get a CM in, because it will become of paramount importance. And yes, we can maybe pick up a free agent after the window closes, but how many times have we tried that, and how many times has it really worked well? The only one I can think of is Toumani Diagouraga, and that's the league below. Andre Gray was all right, but he wasn't very fit. It's the same problem we're going to have.
Yeah. We've got a comment, a question from Josh, a Notts County fan, asking what our thoughts are that the Jatta's not coming. I believe a few hours ago, his agent implied that it was going to be no more business for him. He was going to put his phone down onto flight mode for the rest of the evening. So I think that put a nail in the coffin of that move. And we've just been saying, Josh, that we're split. We do have strikers in the squad, but I do think everybody would accept that a striker in that mould coming in would have definitely improved our depth and given us the first choice for the style that Muslich wants to play. Graham is backstage. We'll bring him in and shrink Sam down.
People can finally stop talking about my bloody ceiling. Thank you. Yes, I know I need to give it a clean. I've had a busy week and it's been a cold week. Get over it.
Glad to have you back, Graham. Thanks for joining us again. I think the context is important as well, isn't it? If you can look at the window in a vacuum, but even if you do that, you don't know until the end of the season if we stay up. It's kind of like, I think when Schumacher left, if we'd gone down, I think the sentiment towards Schumacher would have been a lot, more negative than it seems to be amongst the fan base. If we stay up, we can also look at this window and say, well, we dodged a bullet. Never mind. We got a couple of good centre backs in. We've pulled off the great escape. It wasn't too bad. Conversely, if we, like you just suggested, Sam, if Houghton gets injured, if Roberts maybe gets a bit overawed, if JB struggles, whatever it might be, then the criticism comes stronger, doesn't it? And as Dan said, we put ourselves behind the 8 ball, to use another idiom, by sacking Rooney late and then potentially go into the recruitment team who spent hours and money looking for targets and saying, right, now we need a completely different profile potentially. So in that sense, it's probably a success that we've been able to get to the point where we are and have been linked with what we have. And some deals haven't come off potentially, and that's one of those things that can't be helped. So there's lots of context to consider, and I do think probably we'll look back on this business more in light, I think, at the end of the season of where we finish, or at least how we finish, and on the pure flukes of who stays fit and that, rather than maybe just the quality of the players that we've brought in. We will see. Graham, how would you rate, just before we head into the starred comments, there'll be some questions and things that the lads have prepared for us that have been asked earlier in the evening. If this is the squad as it's to be for the rest of the season, if we don't bring in a DM, which I think is the only option we're looking at being plausible now, if that's not to come off, and if it were to come off, how would you rate the window? I mean, you can give us a score out of 10 if you like. I've asked the other lads.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of listening to Sam whilst watching the Middlesbrough Sunderland game at the same time, and I'm pleased to report Sunderland won 3-2. And Morgan Whittaker, I think he was on the pitch, but there will be plenty, if there is a Middlesbrough version of a Sam Down, questioning their transfer targets, because I don't think he barely touched the ball. So, but I'm sure, Sam, there probably isn't another Middlesbrough version. So
I think we'll take some late night solace in some Schadenfreude if we're not going to get anybody.
Yeah. So that was a unexpected pleasure, not listening to Sam, but watching the Middlesbrough game. I'm just going to caveat what I'm going to say by, I don't know if anybody probably didn't see in the Times today, there was a questioning how successful transfer windows are and transfer policy generally. And the average success percentage for any window or any transfer strategy of a team is 48%. So 48% of signings are deemed successful. So you've got to bear that in mind. And there was a remarkable statistic based on the Premiership, and I'm going to have to read it out, that half of all the new players in the Premiership appear for an average of 540 minutes in a season, which is equivalent to 6 games before being moved on. So just putting transfer window success into perspective. And when the Liverpool analyst that did all the data said that the common problems with incoming players is the current players are better than the incoming player. The incoming player not as good as first thought. The incoming player does not fit into the style of play. The incoming player is played out of position. The manager doesn't rate the incoming player. Incoming player has fitness issues, and finally, the incoming player has personal issues. So if you had a 90% certainty or confidence of all those, you still end up with a 48% success rate. So in theory, the best you're going to achieve is a 4 out of 5 out of 10 on any transfer window. So just put that into perspective. I would be more looking towards a 6 or a 7 without the addition of Boateng, hopefully, in the next hour, rather than the miserable 3 that Sam... I just can't see how you could possibly... with the 3 Eastern European recruits, I mean, they are championship standard players in any other team, let alone our own. And for that alone, that's got to be a 5 or 6. So without any additions that may or may not happen in the next hour. So, and you've got to bear in mind that the recruitment team was working one way, and then Miran Mislic came in and has told them to work in a totally different direction. And the list of players, the long list, the short list, probably been scrapped to a large degree. So the first 10 days of the window clearly was wasted through no fault of anybody's other than the late appointment or the late sacking of Wayne Rooney and the later appointment of Miran Mislic. So starting from where we are from his appointment of things on the 9th of January, we haven't done bad, I don't think. I think we've got 3 quality signings in and possibly one more, but we don't. I don't know anything about Boateng other than he played against Club Brugge for Hearts earlier in the season. So obviously he made an impact and it's been targeted.
To come back on one of those points, Graham, and I really respect what you said. If you say it from when Miran Mislic was appointed, how well have we done those 21 days or whatever? Well, 23 days, whatever it is now. I would agree. It's better than a 3 based on that timescale. I agree. It's at least a 5, maybe a 6, and based on how it goes, today, maybe even a 7. But if you're basing it on how the club overall prepared for January, look, I'm not going on here calling out Jimmy Dickinson or any of the scouting team, because I agree with you that was part of what I said. They would have had to have changed their list of targets. But I think the fact that we were putting them in a situation on the 12th of January where we're saying you're going to have to abandon your target list and come up with a new list, that is in itself a strategical failure. Now, yes, you can say that traces all the way back to even appointing Wayne Rooney, but I'm still factoring that into the marks out of 10. Yes, if you base it purely on quality of the recruitment, then I would say, yeah, it's probably a 7 because the 3 Eastern Europeans look really good, and Beidou, I think, could be a work in progress. But I have to factor in the strategic mistakes that led us to ripping up our sheets of paper on the 12th of January. So I'm factoring that into my rating, but I do see your point.
Thank you.
I would also say as well that whilst it does seem that these 2 new, especially Maxi and Katic, look to be the real deal after this one game. I know Katic made the error for the goal, but they both looked the part. However, I would slightly caveat that it is only one game. I mean, I'm old enough to remember Anton Peterlin's debut at Southampton away in 2010 when he absolutely ran the show up against Oxlade-Chamberlain and Adam Lallana, and Morgan Schneiderlin, yeah, exactly, and Lallana and all that, and didn't do a lot for the rest of the season. Do I think that will happen with Maxi and Katic? No, I think they will be good players, and as you say, Graham, that him and Puhac look like 3 kind of real championship standard players that will improve us. But it's just that kind of caveat in there that it is only one game at this stage.
And just one more positive point to make, and I feel I've not made many positive points tonight on Beidou, that somebody just messaged me, which I had considered, but I maybe hadn't given enough weight to, is he is literally just coming off of his off-season, right? So the Swedish season, because of the weather up there, runs sort of February to about October. So Beidou, it's almost like coming off pre-season without having a pre-season. Anyone who's seen a pre-season game knows how sluggish players can sometimes look. And that's that's the situation Beidou is in right now. So we have to give him a little bit of leeway for that. He is just getting really up to full fitness. So you have to give him a bit of credit for that. And I think another point Brett made, which I think I really do fully agree with, is these are all tentative marks out of 10, because John alluded very similar earlier. The January 2023 window, when we were in League One, if you judged that window out of 10 at the time, we'd all have been thinking like maybe a 7, like maybe an 8 even, or even a 9. We'd have been thinking, wow, Callum Wright did great with Cheltenham, not quite good enough for Blackpool, but played good minutes in the Championship. Great signing. Saxon Early, youngster, excellent for Stevenage, only like 19 years old. Great signing. Ben Waine, promising youngster from New Zealand, seems quite highly regarded. Great signing. Even Tyreek Wright, maybe less so, but still did very well in the league below. Would have thought he was a good signing. And of those 4 signings, only really Callum Wright was even good in League One, and he's not made to step up to the Championship as well as we'd have hoped. Waine and Early, yes, they did get very crucial goals, but still they weren't that great in League One, and Tyreek Wright just a total flop. So it's easy to say that a window can be very good at the time, but then based on how it was going, Sean in the comments is asking, did I just say Ben Waine was a great signing? No, Sean, I said that was what he looked at the time, but obviously turned out not to be that way. So this is the point I make. This is the very point I'm making. Signings at the time don't always reflect how they then go on to become. So ultimately, whilst it's worth saying that this is my rating out of 10, that rating could so easily change upwards if the players do show the same quality. I hope it doesn't change downwards. That would be it would bode very badly if it does, but it's always possible, I suppose.
Sorry to interrupt your flow, Sam, but it's been confirmed Boateng is having his medical at Argyle, 10 o'clock. So that's from BBC Scotland. So, I mean, bearing in mind, he's got to fly down from Edinburgh to Bristol, be picked up at Bristol and 2 hours down. So the patient wait is probably a sort of logistical reason why it hasn't happened earlier. Yeah, just popped up on the screen.
I'll submit a deal sheet to extend beyond 11 p.m. Yeah.
They don't have fax machines anymore, do they? So they do allow emails. Although, who was it? Was it Blackburn that forgot to file the correct paperwork in the last few minutes?
They were trying to send some American strike. I think that was possibly to do with international clearance. My memory of it
possibly
quite vague. Yeah.
So it looks like Malachi, for Aaron, that's how you pronounce it. Malachi Boateng is on his way, assuming he passes the medical, of course. So somebody should be standing outside Marjohn's at the moment, waiting to see his appearance. So if we don't get any more in, I would say, hopefully, Sam, that knocks your 3 up to a 4 or 5 now, and probably knocks mine from a 6 to a 7, in alignment with John. So, and we've got plenty of cash in the pocket as well for the summer, wherever we end up. So that's a positive as well. And as I say, Morgan Whittaker had a bit of a shocker today, so that's reassuring too as well.
Yeah, and if worst comes to worst, that could look like a good bit of business, just to say this window is not just about who's come in, is it? It's also about who's gone out.
Yeah,
I know we've lost. I know that's the point you're trying to make, but just to be sort of more, opaque. We lost Gibson. We didn't really have much choice about that. There's a good chunk of money there. The 4 or 5 million, we've reinvested about half of that, maybe. So there's still money left. If Whittaker goes on to have a rubbish run of form at Borough, maybe drops out of the side, etc., we could be saying, yeah, maybe we should have taken 8 million in the summer and started the rebuild then. But we're certainly better off having sold him now than when we did. And actually, I would make the point: would you have rather have given £8 million to Wayne Rooney in the summer to have disposed of as was seen fit then, or give Miron Muslic and the team 6 million to dispose of now? I think actually by happy coincidence, it might have ended up in the best place to dispose of that money. So, like we say, the context is important, and obviously the time and how things unfold from here is going to really be the, like you said, Graham, with all those potential flaws or snags in someone's success. We're just going to have to suck it and see, and hope that, as Sam was saying, we hope that Houghton stays fit. I think he's done really well in that role. If Boateng can come in and do that role, but with the dynamism that Dan was talking about, it was good for covering the wing backs and dropping in and screening. Then that's brilliant, and that allows Houghton to come on as the old head. He's, the one thing he is good at is one of the things which Houghton is very good at is game management. He's got a real footballing brain. For him to come on in the last half hour of games and be able to just bring that calming, experienced presence, and he'd then be able to come on and do that for Boateng or for Randall potentially if we need to double up in a defensive screen, if we're thinking we're under the cosh and we're protecting something. So that definitely, that signing on paper looks to be beneficial, and we might come out of this, even if we go down, come out at the end of the season and think, well, actually it's probably better to have sold Whittaker when we did, and we've got a bit of money left now to go towards the rebuild. A lot of our contracts that we've signed this summer with players have been undisclosed lengths. So we'll, probably have a better idea in the summer. Some of those will probably get leaked, and we'll find out exactly where we stand with the squad. We might come out looking at this a lot better than some of us are crediting it. I am still assessing it I'm trying to weigh what could happen on either side, the potential for anything. And I think it does come down to how naturally optimistic you are with a lot of it, or what you think is the most likely probability. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of reasons to hope that, like you said, with Whittaker having a stinker tonight, that we might come out of this thinking it wasn't as bad a window, all things considered. But that's more hope, I think, than from my point of view than expectation. Before we jump into these starred comments and questions, I think Nick said earlier that Barley looked a bit unenthusiastic on the bench cam. I thought he jumped. I don't know if it was me, or maybe I didn't spot the right player. I thought he was jumping around like crazy and jumped on Muslic and was celebrating. He certainly looked in the match day moments to be very supportive at the start of the match. With his teammates, was really encouraging, and afterwards was involved in the celebrations. And I just wanted to bring that up because I think I mentioned it on the last pod I was on when I was emergency draft, that he's a player with linked away. Could have been someone's telling me in the comments that was Beatty, which but again, that's regardless. Fair enough. But just to go tangential, then, that the fact that Beidou's buying in, even though he's struggling himself and could be, his head could be dropping, and enjoying that time here, as Sam is saying, it take him a while to. It's funny, a friend of the pod, Alberto Nancekivell, who is a professional statistician, he's been on the pod, said about Beidou that his biggest problem is going to be adjusting to the physicality of the league, not just coming in off the off season, but it's so much quicker and so much stronger, that he's great when he takes the ball and turns, but you don't have the time to take the ball and turn. And we've seen, I think, that when he has that, the few times he's been able to get on the ball, he's driven through people, mazy runs, he's got great composure on the ball, great decision making, but he's not going to get that time that he's expecting, and it will take him that time to transition. He might not be able to, but I think that we've seen enough glimpses that that's his game, that's what he really specializes in. And yes, he maybe can fill in other roles, but that's suboptimal, really. It's kind of like shoehorning Bali in on the other side. But if he can still do that in this system, as a wide forward, as the number 10 potentially, if he can adjust to the pace of the league, I think that again is another sign in that I know it was agreed previously, but could come to fruition too. Dan, I'm going to ask publicly because I'm struggling to check all the messages. I know that you were thinking of leaving. Do you want to? Are you happy to hang around, or are you thinking of going and painting your walls?
Yeah, I am going to shoot off. I was going to say, if you got one question to fire at me, or one of the start comments, happy to go with one of those, and then I will make my departure.
So you're quite happy with the addition of the defensive midfielder, the profile especially of Boateng. You're happy with the window, I'm guessing, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about ratings, and as with the caveat that we're not 100% sure what it's going to turn out like in terms of the quality of the players and how they end up performing across the season. That has nudged it up another point. That acquisition of Boateng. Don't know a load about him, but it does seem he's quite physical, quite rangy. Will be able to cover a lot of ground, which you need to do when you're playing a midfield too. What I'm less sure about is, that kind of positional awareness. Is he good at playing back to goal? If we do go short and out and drop it into midfield for him to play it out to wing backs, etc. Time will tell on that one. But at the very least, it's good to get another body in, because as Sam was saying, an injury to Houghton or Randall, and we looked woefully short of in terms of quality and depth in there. So it's good. I hope it doesn't limit Roberts' game time too much. I think it's nearly getting to the stage where you perhaps have him above JB in the pecking order, given how they've both performed in recent months. We'll see on that one. Appreciate, in the midst of a relegation fight, it can be a kind of daunting task sometimes, and you don't want to kind of knock a young player's confidence chucking him into that. But I'm sure Roberts is capable. And if we do go down, could certainly play a part in League One. So, it's reassuring that we've got that extra body in, and I suspect that's us done for tonight. Who knows? There might be one more coming, but I suspect that's us done. And for me, that puts our squad in a good position depth-wise, hopefully quality-wise as well.
Just a quick quick update now before you go. Argyle are following Boateng on social media. It's now
it's done then, isn't it?
That's going to be announced, I think, probably before we go off air, I should think. And one final, just a quick one, Dan, because I know that your Argyle knowledge is nearly as good as mine. Absolute final one for me.
Oh, you're modest.
Obviously, he's Boateng is the brother of Hiram Boateng, who was here on loan in the 2015-16 season. When was the last time two brothers played for Argyle? Obviously not at the same time, because naturally these two were nearly a decade apart, but who were the last pair of brothers to play for Argyle?
My mind goes towards Anthony and Joe Mason, although did Anthony Mason even actually make an appearance?
Hang on, yeah. Anthony Mason made one appearance off the bench. And Joe Mason obviously made several. I did think of Tyler and Corey Harvey, but Corey Harvey was only ever an unused sub, never actually played. So, Matt, the former club analyst Matt Neal has gazumped me. He's out-factored me in the comments.
But hang on, Dan Rooney only played in the Pizza Cup, didn't he? Doesn't count.
Not come off the bench that game at Gillingham on the final day.
I'm sure
I think he might have gone.
Matt will be all over it, but yeah.
Yeah, and I want to just say, he's demanding credit in the WhatsApp chat. It's credit to John Allsop for the Anthony and Joe Mason fact as well. I think so. Dan Rooney absolutely did play. Matt is right on that. Whether it was only in the Pizza Cup or whether it was the league as well, I don't know. But ultimately the Pizza Cup is a registered first team fixture, as much as we may sometimes treat it otherwise.
Yeah, of course. Aaron and Jordan. Jordan Bentley. I think he only played in the Pizza Cup as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or did Jordan Bentley play a League Cup game?
Jordan
Bentley played League Cup.
No, he played in that game at Swansea. When the scorers against Argyle were Dan James and Ollie McBurney, both of whom went on to have very successful careers in this league. They were both playing for Swansea under-21s against Argyle in the Pizza Cup that day, and Jordan Bentley got sent off. So yeah, there's me presenting myself as the font of Argyle knowledge, and there's been two other comments that have popped up. Yeah, Dan Lewis Rooney and also Aaron and Jordan Bentley. Don't think Tom Purrington ever played for us, but again, probably unused sub, same with Corey Harvey. But in terms of brothers who have played for us and not come through the youth system, I wonder if those are the first two ever. If anyone knows of any other brothers who've played for Argyle,
someone put about the forgive me, Graham. This might be more one for you, but about the Rowbothams, was that in the 80s or 90s? Were they youth players or were they?
Well, Scott Laird and his brother. I can't remember his brother's name. Scott Laird. was another one.
Jamie Laird, but I don't think he ever played. Jamie Laird, I'm pretty sure.
Jordan Bentley had two appearances in. Where are we?
So he played Hartley that final day.
No,
Hartlepool
he played
game, he came on.
sub in the league. Jordan.
Yeah.
So neither were on the
I feel like
but
Greg Tomlinson from Anchorman sat here like with no idea what you guys are talking about. I feel like such a fraud sat in the corner, but it's absolutely top entertainment. So keep going.
Yeah, the row bottoms were crikey in the 90s, Shilton era, I think.
Right.
And they didn't come through the youth in any way, no?
From Exeter, Jason Rowbottom, I think. So I'm struggling to think of any others recently.
We'll go for
there was a thread on Passotti.
Kevin. That's got to be a first.
There was a thread on Passotti about it, which I could find, but
Renzik has asked, is there any prize for that answer? Well, you've definitely got the respect of the panel. I don't think that was really the prize you were looking for, but we'll be keeping an eye out for your comments in future when it comes to the trivia.
Just going on transfers out of interest. Sam Cosgrove has been on the move. I think somebody possibly suggested him as a possible man up top. He's gone to Stockport from Barnsley on loan. Boateng was at Palace with his brother when Hiram Boateng was there, so they went through the Palace youth system together. But I don't know how tall. Does anybody know how tall he is? It doesn't say on his.
He's not that tall, I don't think. Looking at pictures of him on the pitch, he's nowhere near the stature of the two centre backs. Actually,
no. I mean, he's 22, but he's only played. Well, he's played 60.
Someone's
80 games.
Someone's asked, Graham, do you remember Jason Rowbotham scoring from the halfway line versus Northampton home? Don't know if you do. Or
yes,
not,
he definitely scored. Yeah, I do remember that. I'm afraid I do. Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
I love stuff like that just sticks in your head. You can not remember an entire game at all, but there'll just be something like that sticks out. I remember watching Paul McGregor score a goal. We'd have been absolutely dross all game, and he took a ball down, locked a hopeful hoof, took it down, turned, swiveled, hit it, went in, and that was when I fell in love with him and Argyle. I think just like can't tell you what game it was, can't tell you who we were playing. It was wet, it was horrible. Sat in the wooden seats under the Mayflower, behind the standing. But bizarre how memories like that. It's one of the best things I think about football fandom is
that Jason Rowbottom goal was in 2000, and it was the only goal he ever scored.
It's the sort of goal you want to score if you're only going to want to score one.
Yeah.
Jack Leslie's just back from the snooker. What have I missed? So we look to be completing hopefully the signing of. I was going to say Hiram Boateng. It's not, is it? It's Malachi Boateng from Heart of Midlothian, the central midfielder, defensive midfielder, to bolster the squad. We're hoping that's going to get over the line tonight. He's coming down for a medical.
No, he's having his medical.
Oh, he's having his medical. He's currently having his medical. So that should.
If you haven't got it yet, I'd be a bit worried. There's only 32 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I've literally had no sleep today. I've been unwell, so I'm in Aaron territory right now.
A sterling effort there, mate.
Someone said he's 5'11", 6 foot. There's the
6 foot appears to be the consensus, I think.
Oh, superintendent, that's made me that's delightful, because I've not been able to ever find that goal that I've just referenced anywhere in the clips, but superintendent tells me that goal sounds like Barnet at home, so that's fantastic. I'll go and check that out. I remember it was a really wet, miserable day, but yeah, just a moment of brilliant. And I remember sort of thinking that's genuinely the first thing I've enjoyed all day. Why do I come and do this? And I was a young teenager, if not younger than that. So yeah, that was my induction into to Argyle fandom. Someone here says Darren Rowbotham was my favourite player as a lad, purely because he spelt his name wrong like me. So funny how stuff gets things can stick in your mind for no reason at all. Someone was just asking if I can find the starred comment on Boateng. Is it a loan or a permanent? If I can find it, I'm assuming it's a permanent deal.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah,
because we've got. I know that having the number of loans we have doesn't impact how many we can have, just what we can name in a squad. But I would assume that it was a permanent deal. I guess we'll find out as and when it's announced.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, he's had full 52 games in the Scottish Premiership, which I suppose is probably equivalent to our Championship, apart from the top two teams.
Yeah.
So scored 2. No, he hasn't scored any goals in the Premiership. 2 in the Championship. So
thank you to Marissa for becoming our newest YouTube member. Really appreciate that, guys, and hopefully we can keep rolling out the benefits of that as time goes on. Sorry, Graham, I interrupted you.
Boateng confirmed on a 3.5-year deal from Scottish Premiership side Hearts. Argyle have signed defensive midfielder Malachi Boateng, so since the official website, on a permanent transfer from Heart of Midlothian. Blah 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 blah. Usual stuff. Have Hiram Boateng. Yeah, heads to the south of England on a 3.5-year contract. Muslich said he provides further strength and depth, also perfectly fits the profile. Tall, athletic, and physical, and complements the style of play I'm trying to implement here at Argyle. I welcome him to the club and look forward to him joining up with the squad. So we have, after 3.5 hours on the air, Malachi Boateng, welcome to Plymouth Argyle.
Superb. Yeah. And with that lovely news, I am bidding you good night.
See you, mate.
Cheers, guys. Thanks very much.
Richard's just said he watched Darren Rowbottom score versus Arsenal at Highbury in January '87. I didn't think you were old enough, Rich, to remember that far back, but you've outed yourself now. I haven't told you guys this story, and I reckon the rest of the viewers will find it amusing. I saw Rich at the football, I think it was a QPR game, close enough to sort of shout and say hi. And the chap I was with that doesn't know Rich, and I turned to him and I said, "Oh, that's Rich Sloman off of comments in the live stream." He said, "Oh yeah, I know Rich Sloman off of comments in the live stream." Just hilarious that fans can recognise each other from our product. I think that's really quite cool.
I think I might be able to trump that, because in my day job I had to go to the Brixton Parish Council last Wednesday, and one of the parish councillors came up to me and said, "I saw you on the Green and White podcast last week." And then not only that, the clerk to the parish council, and Kirsty, if you're watching still, hello, she said the same. So it spreads much further and wider than you might imagine.
Brilliant. Someone suggested we might be back in for Etienne Kamara in the summer, much in the same way as we were with Beatty. Do we think that might be a potential?
Well, he handpicked him to try and get him, didn't he? So
yeah,
and it was just too late in the window. If it had been earlier in the week, maybe something could have happened. But
yeah.
I
think I'm getting more. It's funny how your perspective and your expectations change with time, isn't it? The more desperate I've got, the happier I'm getting with this window. But yeah, so that's been announced, 3.5 deal. Was there any mention of the fee? Someone was asking. Any mention of the fee?
The ubiquitous undisclosed, I would expect.
Boo! So boring. Yeah, someone was asking about, just to confirm his position. Yeah, as said here, he's central midfielder. I think he can potentially really play any of those roles. The sort of the more sitting, it kind of becomes almost like a diamond, doesn't it? It's a staggered, the two in the middle. So I think he's probably equipped to play either of those roles, depending on what we need during the game.
I was saying earlier, with the intensity that the players have got to run now, there's going to be an element of rotation in game as well as between games, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's one for you, Sam. Who does Hiram Boateng play for now?
Mansfield, is it?
Yeah, it is Mansfield. Yeah, well done. He's been there 3 years.
Yeah.
Because he played for Exeter as well, didn't he? So
Someone's asked about any news of Joe Edwards' return. He's not going to be back to the end of next month, is he? If I remember correctly, that was the last update.
That's best case scenario.
Yeah.
There's no comments about it, and he's not even like in light training really, as
No.
far as I gather.
Not back on the grass, as they call it. No.
Yeah, I'd potentially write him off for the season. Not write him off.
You might get him a few games at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Because if he comes back to full training, he almost then needs another pre-season to get him up to fitness. You know, you might see him in the squad towards the end, but I wouldn't rely on him being available. Let's put it that way.
He could keep doing his Sky punditry, because I saw a clip of it. He was rather good, to be fair. Gave a bit too much away of our game plan, I thought.
I thought that too. I'm not quite sure how happy. I mean, I know it's stuff that probably
the pros
would obviously be knowing anyway, but still, you don't want to be too open about it. Someone here, I don't know if we agree with this panel about getting Osaka and Roberts out on loan. I think Roberts we could do with keeping just on the off chance of for depth. Osaka might be a shout, but I've got to ask you both what you think about Osaka, where what his level is if we were to send him out, or whether he's better off training and with the squad and learning. But also, do we think Osaka will have a future in Miran Muslic's style of football?
I would. It doesn't. He seems a bit in the Ibrahim Sissoko bracket, playing wide on the left. That's where he had his best games. I mean, he can play on the right. I don't see him as a number 10 personally, and he's not of the right stature to play up top. So it's going to be limited, I think. Am I right in saying, Sam, that players can still go out on loan to the National League after the window?
Correct. If he's going to go to a league side, it's got to be in the next 34 minutes. But he certainly could go to the National League even beyond today. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think for him, I think that would be beneficial. But it is difficult to see how he fits in as a 10, I have to say. Callum Roberts.
I don't think he's at all what Muslic wants from a central striker either. So no. This formation doesn't help him. I think Rooney's formation suited him better. That's not to say he couldn't develop to become a number 10, but he's got so many players ahead of him. He's got Bundu ahead of him, Beidou ahead of him, Callum Wright ahead of him, Rami Al-Hajj ahead of him, now Hardy ahead of him after Saturday. Obafemi can even play in there. JB can play in there. Maybe even Mumba can play in there. He's not going to get any minutes as a number 10. So I think it would be Argyle's best interest to loan him out. Obviously, if they could get a League Two side to take him before the deadline, great. But if not, then I'd send him National League for the end of the season, have him come back in the summer and see how he looks.
Yeah, I agree. And Callum I'd keep because, like you said earlier, he had a decent game at Brentford and he's very competitive. But whether they've, we just don't know whether these players have got the physical capability of doing the extra high intensity runs that's going to be demanded of them. We just don't know that. But
that's the one thing I was really impressed with Roberts in pre-season was just how much bulk he'd put on, but that doesn't translate necessarily to the aerobic side of the game, which is, I remember Azaz saying it took them 3 or 4 months, the squad in general, to get used to the demands of Championship football coming up from League One. Just the extra intensity, the extra distance that was being covered. So, I think I agree with that. It's the sort of thing, men's football, you do need to the higher the level, the harder it is to jump in. That's why players go out on loan to lower levels, isn't it? So Stevie Vaughan asked, which out of contract players do you think Argo will try and keep? He says will keep, but will we offer maybe, and which do you think are going to go? I know, for example, Saxon Early's definitely out of contract. Well, I don't need to list them off. I'm the host. You guys can talk. Also, before I ask you that, welcome back, Joe Bell. Thanks for joining us, Joe. Good to have.
That's all right. I've just come back from freezing outside Home Park. I'm joking. I wasn't at Home Park. I was tempted. I did say to my cousin who's just driven me back, I said, should we go and stand outside Home Park and I'll wire in on my phone and he can be my cameraman. But No, I thought better of it. I just thought I'd come back in the warm and finish off the window with you guys.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah,
I know you've got a lot going on, so we appreciate that.
Boateng's just popped up on the BBC transfer feed at 22:30. So he's the last one on the list so far.
Awesome. Joe, just before we talk about this who we might be looking at keeping or who we might be making offers to, what do you think of the window now? We've had this Boateng this signing of Boateng confirmed. What do you think the window rates just in a vacuum? You know, we're not going to know till we've seen how it all unfolds, but
yeah, as you guys know from the group chat, I've sort of visited the 7 pillars of the earth throughout this whole transfer window. I've gone through all stages of grief and all sorts, trying to get my head around whether or not it was going to be a good window or not. I made the point on air a couple of weeks ago when I was hosting that I felt it would have been outrageous to have ended the window in profit. But I did mitigate that by saying that, you know, there was every chance Whittaker could go for big money and things. Look, on the very limited 98 minutes evidence we've seen of the 2 centre halves, you can't help but think we've been bolstered defensively. I sent you through some stats earlier, didn't I, about Malachi, that, you know, he looks a combative midfielder. He looks like someone who's going to get stuck in. So hopefully, you know, it's funny, Graham, when I was on with you a few hours ago, there I am praising Jordan Houghton, and who knows, we may well have just signed a replacement for Jordan Houghton, but I hope not in the immediate anyway. But he fits the bill, doesn't he? He's young. He's somebody they can mold into what they want. I thought Muslic's comments in the statement were pretty telling about the type of player that he is. It was refreshing actually to see a signing. Not that I'm knocking the work the recruitment team have done, but it was quite refreshing to see not seeing the words, "This is a player we've been tracking for some time." This is obviously something that's happened very quickly. They've obviously been alerted to his potential availability. I am going to be super critical. I would still like to see an attacking option brought in. I sense that we are well up against it time-wise. I'd have thought we'd know by now if somebody was coming in an attacking sense. So that's perhaps a little bit disappointing. I know Sam's going to be left broken-hearted that the fraud Bamford is not going to be wearing green for the rest of the season, thank God. But look, overall, if Muslic has got himself 3 players who are going to work and graft for the badge, and you know we've moved on people like Andre, 4 players, and we've moved on people like Andre Gray, obviously Morgan's gone and things, then maybe it will turn out to be a decent transfer window, but only time will tell, won't it, whether or not it's enough that's going to keep us in the division. But I am a hard man to please, and I would like one more player in if we can squeeze it in.
Just to break in a little bit of of ex-Argyle player news of our champion winning team. 2 really. Sam Cosgrove gone from Barnsley to Stockport County, and Port Vale mutually agreed to terminate the contract of Connor Grant. Bit of a shame for him. I think his injuries have struck him again, but who knows? We're looking for a free transfer, aren't we? I'm joking with that one, but
there's news on another ex-Argyle player who we saw on Saturday. Alex Palmer's gone to Ipswich.
Well,
for exactly the same deal.
I get that for sure.
For exactly the same deal as Michael Cooper went to Sheffield United, 2+2 by the sounds of it.
Wow. Well, there you are.
Wow. Maybe we didn't get mugged off too badly for Cooper. Maybe that is just the market for goalkeepers over a certain age. I mean,
no, it was the market for only one team wanting to buy him. That was the truth.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're all right. A bidding war would have been nice, but it was only Sheffield United that had a serious interest in him, wasn't it? The thing is, everyone forgets about keepers is there's only ever one keeper a club's trying to sign at once. Very rarely will a club be trying to sign 2 keepers. Whereas the strikers and fielders, clubs will have probably 2 or 3 they want to bring in. So whereas the keeper, you're either looking for a new number 1 or you're not. And because there were a very limited number of clubs looking for a new number 1, it was only Sheffield United, like you said, that had a serious interest in Michael Cooper. And clearly that's just what the market is, I guess. yeah, Palmer been at West Brom for so long, come up through the youth, went out on loan many times, and now going to Ipswich. But given how badly Muric has played for them this season, I think they need Palmer to give themselves any chance of staying up.
Yeah, and do you remember Bizuno of Southampton? They signed him for 15 million. He's gone to Standard Liège on a free.
Wow, yeah. Young
Sorry
people
to-
on a loan.
of that certain level of potential are always going to go for more, because Cooper was 24, nearing 25. Palmer is even older. I think he's like 28 or so, and he's got maybe a bit more time left on his contract, but a bit more advanced in years. So unless you're a young keeper and also really, really quality at playing out with your feet, you're probably not going to go for more than like 4 million. And even then, you know, with Cooper, you've got the fact he had a year left on his contract. He wanted to go. He'd had injuries on both his knees. As much as I've got a reputation for having a bit of a moan at the board and having a moan at this and that, the Cooper one, I can kind of understand it with the context of all that. Ultimately, he wanted to go, and whatever rumours there were of falling out with Neil Dewsnip, confirmed or unconfirmed, he wanted to go either way. So, yeah, it was a shame to see a player who we all love so much leave for what seemed like quite a paltry fee. But looking at the Palmer fee, it's a lot more understandable how it happened.
Well, I don't know, James.
Sorry to jump in just very quickly.
Do you want to take over for the
because
last few minutes, mate? You're more experienced and better than me. I'll drop you. I'll drop you in the top left-hand corner, and then
You don't have to. You don't have to. I just want to quickly ask: are West Brom actually that covered at the goalkeeping position? Because Palmer's been the number one now for at least the last 2 seasons. It seems an odd time of the window to have sold your number one keeper,
particularly when they're fighting hard for the playoffs. Yeah, it does. No,
that was the first thing that crossed my mind this morning. I mean, it was a news story that completely blew my mind when I read it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Oh, there he is. Aaron saying they were calling the number 2. Ben, thank you very much. I don't know where you've got up to in the starring of the questions, or where we're up to.
Should be telling Aaron to shut up and get
painting.
So,
but you can carry on if you want, mate.
There's been a few that's been covered. So the Jatta deal appears to be definitely off. The Foy Town crier was asking, are we getting any more players? Well, we've answered that one. We're getting one, or we have got one. Malachi Boateng has come in central midfield. Will it? If we do get any more players, will it all just be loanees? Was a question. It might be that there's room for another loanee, but it looks now to be just the one permanent in Boateng that's come in. We've answered this one via another commenter who asked the same question about loans for Asaka and Roberts. So yeah, I think we're mostly the question I was about to put to the group was, which out of contract players do you think Argyle will keep and release at the end of the season? I think early Plegwith-Walo. I'm trying to think who else off the top of my head. What's Houghton's?
Bundu.
Coronola was an 18.
Bundu. Yeah, Bundu was 1.5 years, wasn't he? So, anyone want to take that one? I would like to see offers for Bundu. I think he's useful. I think he's definitely got something at this level, and I think he again is another player who we forget probably needed a bit of time to adapt. I think we've realised now we've got a bit older and wiser over the past year. You know, we sort of came up when do you remember when Gillespie made the mistake? He come back from injury against Hull and he made the mistake and they scored, and there was an outcry of he's not good enough, he needs to go. And then, you know, we look at how many mistakes Paulson's made, and we're sort of like, I think people are willing to give him a break and say, look, okay, now that he's in the, you know, when he's playing in the centre for 3 as cover or whatever, we're a lot more forgiving and a lot more understanding. I think as a fan base, we've learned a little bit more about this level and just exactly what it involves. So, yeah, I think Bundu's progressed. I think there were a lot of skeptics of him early doors, but I think he's grown into a role. Certainly as a squad player, he seems happy to be around the squad and be positive. He's definitely useful to offer. Again, it depends how Muslic sees him playing. He looks well suited. I think he looked great drifting out wide on Saturday, and you know, he's also played really well when he's been asked to play wide, truly wide. I think as we saw with the cross he put in for Hardy's, you know, headed miss from 6 yards up at Sunderland. So yeah, I think he's a versatile player that we'd be look to be offering a contract to? I'll let everyone else speak on either disagree or agree with that and comment on some of the other players.
Yeah, I would agree with Bundy. Perhaps earlier in the season I might have questioned it, but the problem is I don't know how much. Do anyone know how much we paid for him? I know it was undisclosed, but was it ever revealed or indicated?
It was reportedly maybe 200-300k. Certainly nowhere near 7 figures. It was quite a minimal fee.
So give him an extended contract to get the value back out of him isn't necessarily. I mean, I would certainly give him another year with an option at the club's discretion beyond that. I think that's a pretty fair. He seemed. I mean, Saturday he seemed very content with his performance, and I'd say it was given the circumstances, one of his best performances.
Yeah, I agree. Go on, Joe.
Go on, Ben. No, carry on.
No, I was just going to say there's something that happened in Argyle world that we haven't mentioned yet, and I didn't know whether you that we haven't mentioned tonight. I don't know if you wanted to tuck that in your back pocket for the end of the show, or whether you want to address it now.
It is saved. I've seen Sam's message. I'm going to save that until just after the window slams shut, just to make sure that we don't step over any potential late deal. One thing I have just clarified with you guys that you haven't touched on at the moment, just before we go into the final 10 minutes of the transfer window, there is over 7,000 people watching tonight's live stream. I have been following it whilst I've been out this evening, and every time I've checked the figures, it has completely blown me away. We are incredibly grateful. This is one of our favourite shows to do. So thank you very much for the support. Gents, Saxon Early was recalled fairly early into the window from his spell at Lincoln City, obviously played with a couple of injuries and was short of game time while he was there. He's come back into the building. We're 9 minutes or so now away from that window slamming shut. I'd suggest it's unlikely that Saxon is going out on loan. For a player who has undoubted ability to play football, certainly in the league below, who knows if he's ever capable at this level. What do we think about his Argyle career as it stands here and now? Because it's looking tricky, isn't it, to try and find certainly a way that he's going to get into the first team at the moment, unless there's a mass injury crisis.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, just to quickly on that one. As much as I've said, there are some areas where we're quite worryingly short. Left wing back is the one area where we've got a lot ahead of him. Puach is now the first choice. Mumba can be very good on the left. He's certainly better on the left than he is on the right. And Ogbeta came off the bench at Sunderland and scored a decisive goal. So he is at best fourth choice in that position. I think he's always more of a left than a left wing back. Questions coming up saying, do we even have the squad room to register early? I'm pretty sure we do, because players under a certain age don't count. And obviously we've shifted quite a lot this window, haven't we? We've shifted more than we brought in. So I pretty much think we do, but it's whether we don't want to. I mean, goodness knows what's happened. He went to Wickham, injuries there, went to Lincoln, didn't really get any game time there. I mean, for what seemed like such a promising career, he had an amazing few months at Stevenage, which we signed him off the back of. He then had an okay few months in League One, not great. He had that game at Watford, first away game back up in the Championship, where he looked a quality player, and it's just been all downhill since then. It looks like his career is almost, floating away as we speak. And I'm just going to, for the audio listeners, I'm just putting myself on camera off because my housemate is going to bed and I need to go down to the kitchen not to make so much noise. So I'm walking with my camera off. It's a real shame to see what's become of his career, because he looked like when we signed him first of all, he looked like he could have real kind of resale value. He could be a player that we could make a bit of money back on, or certainly could be decisive. But yeah, it's really gone south for him, hasn't it? And I can only hope that
sounds as though he's in the bathroom.
Sam, while you're on the move, I'll get Graham's thoughts on Saxon Early.
Do you know how many games he's actually played for Argyle?
Probably about
Saxon Early.
About 9 or 10.
10 games. One in the Championship, 9 in League One. And he hasn't played, he didn't play for Wickham and he didn't play for Lincoln. So it's difficult to see a way back for him at Argyle. It's a real shame because, as Sam said, that performance at Watford, we thought we had a real player, didn't we? And I think he got actually injured in that game, didn't he? Right at the end.
Yeah, and I guess one of those that if there's any possibility, if there was an injury crisis and he did get a few chances minutes, he would have to just grab it with both hands, because I think he's not been in a squad at all. Maybe that's just on merit, but also let's not forget we were obviously trying to loan him back out, and maybe if we had played him, he would have played for 2 clubs in the season, so we couldn't have loaned him out. Now the window's shut anyway. Maybe in about 2 minutes' time, we're going to see an announcement of Argyle have agreed to cancel the contract with Saxon early. But if that doesn't happen, then at least we could have him on the bench as an option, because we wouldn't have to worry about him becoming, playing for 2 clubs in the season. So, yeah, I think it's very unlikely that we'll see him, and I think probably most likely that maybe he'll have 1 or 2 appearances on the bench, and then if that, and then maybe he'll be released at the end of the season. On the subject of the players to extend or not extend, I think if you'd have asked me this before the West Brom game, I'd have had much more confident answers, because I was convinced we were going down to League One. Now the daft beggars have gone and given me some hope, haven't they? So maybe we might just have a little sniff of staying up. And I think there are some players. I think Bundu being one of them. I think maybe I don't know, maybe even Callum Wright being another that I would like to extend, or certainly would strongly consider extending for League One, but would consider not extending for the Championship, because I do think that as much as some of these players do have the potential League One, if we stay up, certainly if this much sort of maligned, that's good English, much fabled, if you like, spoken about investment comes in, then Simon Hallett made a great play that it could put our budget up from near the bottom of the league to up to the middle of the league. If that actually happens, we'll see. But if it does, then are the players like Bundu, maybe even Houghton, Callum Wright, as good as they are for where we are now, are they going to, or as good as they can be for where we are now, are they going to push us up towards mid-table? Probably not, realistically. So I think if we stay up, we need to be a bit brutal with it. If we go down, I think they all have a part to play. Sorinola has a part to play in League One. I think he could be a great player in League One. Plegaswelo has a big part to play in League One. To be fair, with those two, with the form they're on, I would even look at extending for the Championship, because they're both on a really good, solid run of form. But League One with those two, I'd absolutely snap them up. And the others, it just depends what league we're in, I guess, as to whether I'd extend them or not.
It's a nice position. It's a nice position to be in a way, where we've got all these options. I mean, there never seems to be a summer that comes around where Argyle don't have a massive list of players to go through when it comes to renewing contracts or something. I seem to remember when Schumacher won promotion to the Championship. I think that summer we only had 3 players out of contract or something. There was a summer under Schumacher where we had very few players under contract, and that just didn't feel right, because we'd gone through 10 years of essentially only giving out 1-year contracts or 18-month contracts if you sign them in January. So there was always a constant cycle. So it's something we're used to, isn't it, really, Graham?
Yeah, if you remember, Derek Adams was the 1-year contract specialist, wasn't it? And then there was a definite plan to make it 2 years with options to extend. I just on Boateng, I didn't realise he was only 6 months into a 3-year deal with Hearts. So that's quite a turnaround from them. I mean, I saw somewhere it says here 400,000. So whether that's accurate or not.
And he has been playing. He came in early season, at the start of the season. He's been playing, 90 minutes or close for a long period, and it's only really the last sort of month or two that he's fallen out of favour. So there may, it might be all kinds of things. It might not just be a footballing reason, but there definitely seems to have been, like, he's a quality player. He's been playing for them. They're not, adrift at the foot of the table or anything. So a bit of a strange one, but obviously maybe for personal reasons or stylistic reasons, the manager's going a different way, whatever it might be. We've lucked in there.
Yeah,
here we go then. We're down to the final 55 seconds of the January transfer window of the 2024-2025 season. A transfer window that started all the way back on midnight when the clock struck 12 on New Year's Day, and we didn't even have a manager heading into the transfer window. Very quickly after, Michael Baidoo broke the club's transfer record, swiftly followed by Timo Pukac. In between all of that, Lewis Gibson, who was the captain at the time, offloaded to Preston North End for an undisclosed fee. After that, we had departures of Andre Gray had left the football club. Marco Morosi left the football club seeking opportunities elsewhere. Morgan Whittaker departed the football club for £6 million to Middlesbrough. We added Maxi, we added Nico Katic, and today we added right at the last minute Malachi Boateng. And as the clock strikes 11, there is no more news. It seems like the transfer window has slammed shut, and that is it. As far as we know, if a deal sheet has been submitted to the FA, then the club have an hour. But as far as we know, it is 11 p.m. and we are done for the transfer window. Thank God. We no longer have to deal with a rumour mill. We no longer have to deal with, is he going, is he signing? Are we going for this player? Are we going for that player? It is done. It has been eventful. If my maths are correct, 5 in and 6 out is the record this January transfer window, with a high turnover of monies exchanged. Obviously, club record transfer fee broken twice in the month, whilst also recouping rumoured fees of £1.5 million for Gibson and £6 million at least for Morgan Whittaker. But that's it. We're all done. Transfer-wise, the transfer window opens, what, June the 17th or 18th or something ridiculous like that, and then we get to do it all again in the summer. But until then, we have...
quickly, before you go on to the other thing, Joe, Chris Harrington has tweeted, we've only made one signing on deadline down. I think if we had anything lined up in terms of a deal sheet, Chris would absolutely know. So I think we can now safely say that is absolutely that, and that is the window done and dusted.
It is. And that, as you say, that is the transfer window done. Of course, across the last 4 hours, well, 3 hours, I suppose, because me, Graham and John rambled about Saturday and the upcoming game. For the last 3 hours, you've heard a whole range of opinions on the new signings, players leaving, Argyle's transfer policy, how we've gone about it. We hope that you have been thoroughly entertained. However, we have one more talking point to go, and it is fitting that we will end tonight's show by talking about Mr. Plymouth Argyle. Of course, the news broke, halfway through last week, early last week, Sam? The news broke that Kevin Nancekivell, along with Linda Gilroy and Gary Streeter, had been awarded the Freedom of the City of Plymouth. We have to touch on this. We can't not talk about Nance and everything he's given to Argyle. We know we talked about it after the Brentford game, but I'll never get tired of heaping praise on this man. Ben, I'll come to you first. We'll get a little tippet off everybody. We've been keeping people long enough. We don't want to go too late into the evening. Ben, Nance is a freeman of the city. What a special honour for him and his family.
Yeah, absolutely. And as ceremonial as it is, I think it demonstrates just the regard he's held in by not just, I think, Argyle fans, but you can even the family, those associated with the club, those who just know about what's going on, understand exactly what he means to the club and how he represents the city itself so positively. Nick from Argyle, from PAFC flags, he talks glowingly about all the help that Nance has given him over the years, of the ways he's supported him. People talk about the kindness and the humility with which he treats everybody around the club, and even outside of the club, those he meets. He seems to have time for everyone and be a genuinely lovely lovely guy, and so I think it's really fitting. And I don't want him also to be, I think it's when we talk about him this way, kind of reduces him to some kind of mascot figure. He's actually a very good coach and an excellent member of staff. I don't think so many managers would have put up with him being imposed on them, as it were, if he was an imposition in the truest sense. I think that he really is a good support. I think Miran Muslic in his opening statement when he passed over to Nantes was, yes, it was probably optics. It makes it look like he's buying into this transition from the old guard that he trusts Nantes, but I think that was a genuine show of respect for what Nantes has achieved, that result up at Brentford itself, but also the recognition for what he means to the club and his importance to the club. And I think, more than perhaps we even appreciate, Nantes has held this club together at several different points with other members of the staff, but really done a great job of keeping the players bought in, of supporting them during difficult tenures, I think, and then transitioning over into caretaker and new appointments periods. Just a really top guy, and I think that shines through more than anything else. That genuine good personality that he has, and therefore a fitting award, because I think you can hand out, people get knighted and things for contributions to sports or get awards, but sporting achievement or being excellent in your field is one thing, but being a good human is an entirely different thing. And there's plenty of good people around who don't have great careers or excellent achievements in life. But I think it's a testament to Nantes that he's been able to keep that wonderful attitude of his through all this time, not get bitter, not get big-headed, to cherish the role he's got, and to do it without complaint, and go above and beyond. And he probably is quite embarrassed, I imagine, if the man we seem to think he is, about the attention and the respect that the people show for him. So yeah, really fitting. It's really nice. I think it was a great suggestion. I'm glad it's come to pass. And give us an opportunity, me personally, but I think we'll all probably echo it. Say thanks, Nantes, for helping us through. Because I don't think we'd still be in the Championship without the efforts that he's put in. I don't think we would be the same club even without his ethics and his morals that sort of, I think, have helped to keep the club on an even keel at times. So yeah, top stuff. Well done, Nantes.
And Graham, the comment on screen reading, he's from Superintendent, he's carried us through the dark times. Glad the staff has been bolstered so there's less pressure on him. We shouldn't forget that bar a brief spell, was it Torquay? Not long after James Brent took over and John Sheridan was in the club. Did he go to Torquay, or was he dropped down to the academy?
No, I think he was just dropped down to the youth team, and then Derek Adams promoted him back up when Craig Brewster left. Yeah. Either
way, let's just look at, you go back to those dark days after Peter Reid left, and you've got Romain Lario and Kevin Nancekivell on the touchline in that horrible night at Stourbridge, and some of those dark days trying to help Carl Fletcher through the early stages of his coaching career. This man has given service that is, well, I don't want to say unparalleled, because there have been people around the club who've given so many great years of service from the top right through to office staff. But this is a huge accolade for the club as well, isn't it? As well as Nantes personally.
Absolutely. I mean, he is Mr. Plymouth Argyle, and very much the soul and the heartbeat of the club, I think, and that's a tremendous accolade to give and have. But I'm sure we've all met him. He's got time for everybody. He's interested in you. He never thinks of himself first. He puts others ahead of himself. But 5 times he's stepped into the breach when managers have either left or got sacked. Straight in, no questions asked, done the best of his ability. And actually, he's got quite a good, I think he's only lost 4 of something like 12 or 13 games, I think. So got quite a good record in that role in different circumstances. But that moment at Brentford when he ran towards the Argyle crowd in the corner, and that sheer elation and emotion was one of the great highlights of my Argyle supporting times. I mean, that was so much from the heart, and I'm just going to be emotional thinking about it, but that epitomised him completely. And the fact that JB had to sort of shove him to the front to take the accolades, just shows that. And then when he got there, he wanted Joe to be part of it too. That just symbolised what the guy's like. And fantastic man. And I think he's been really embraced by Miron. I think there's genuine thought, affection, and respect. But one of the things that's gone unnoticed is the work he's done with all the academy and bringing young players through. I mean, I'm sure if you talk to Tegan, Freddie or Khaled, he's played a big part in their development and getting to where they are. And that shouldn't be underestimated, and all that work he's done. And if players go out on loan, he's the link between the club and seeing how they're getting on. So just tremendous. And just one other thing, not forgetting his great love of horse racing. He's got is it a day in Plymouth? Is it? I think if I remember rightly.
A day in Devon. A day in Devon. She's been
and
she's been a little cash machine for her connections. She's been a wonderful horse for them.
Definitely won a couple of high profile races, right?
Yeah.
So that's his other love, and good luck to him with that. But no, fantastic. And I remember the dark days, and like many others, he stepped into the breach and stepped forward. And remarkable man, thoroughly deserved.
Absolutely, Sam. I'm going to leave the last word to you. I just want to read a little. I hope he's not going to mind me doing this. I'm going to just read a little personal thing about Nance. At the start of last year, my dad was quite unwell, and I put out a tweet just saying, I was stepping back from things, and I was a little bit quiet about it. And unbeknownst to me, one day my phone buzzed with a message from Nance on Twitter, just checking in to make sure that my dad was okay. And I thought that was a real nice thing for him to do. He didn't have to do that. And it just strikes me as the kind of guy he is, as you were saying, Graham, and as you alluded to, Ben, what just a genuine, nice character that Nance is. Sam, if there's anything you can add about the guy that we haven't touched on, not just now, but in previous episodes. I mean, I'd love to dedicate a whole 4-hour Argyle special to Kevin Nancekivell, and we just go back through his time. But I mean, what a man he's been for the club, and let's not put him into the retirement home here. He's still got plenty of service left to give us.
I mean, look, blimey, Joe, I think you give me a little bit of a hospital pass go last. I don't get how I can beat any of what you three have just said. So I'll try and be very rare for me and make the shortest contribution of all the guests. I can only excuse me. Obviously, I think you've all sort of touched on how good he's been in so many ways. Like Graham mentioned youngsters. Ben, you mentioned his very good record as a caretaker manager, and he actually does have a really good record, probably even more so as solo than when he was with other partners, actually. But and obviously, and to add to that, Joe, about his incredible, what an incredible person he is. Look, I can only take people as I find them. Sometimes it's easy to say, somebody's so well liked, whatever. There must be a bit more to him, but I've never seen any hint of that with Nance at all myself. He always seems a incredible bloke. My own personal story with him is when as a lot of you know, I travel up on the banana bus, and our friend Bomber, who died of cancer a year and a half ago now, we did a walk in his honour from Foy to Plymouth. I'd say I didn't quite finish the whole thing, but I gave it my best shot. But the vast majority did the whole walk, and we all walked from the Tor Point ferry up to the ground together for the final little leg of the journey. And Nance was there with all of us to, shake every hand as we arrived, congratulate all of us. He was instrumental, I know for a fact, was instrumental in putting a good word in for Bomber's face to appear on the big screen. And then the game, completely spontaneous. He stopped with the 44th minute round of applause, and that bit was completely not planned. By the way, that was entirely spontaneous, but it was a great moment. And I think you just got to look at where even Wayne Rooney, when he left Argyle in quite ignominious circumstances, he first thing he tweeted after the Brentford game was buzzing for this guy with a picture of Nance. And if people who are not even a part of the club anymore are speaking highly about him, that's got to be a good thing. So, yeah, I'm not going to go on too much longer because all three of you have sort of covered everything. But, yeah, I've always, found him an incredibly great guy to talk to. He's been with Plymouth Argyle through the journey. I'm going to very briefly break the emotional line and fact check myself. He actually did briefly leave for Torquay when John Sheridan came in and pretty much cleared out almost all of Carl Fletcher's staff. He did go to Torquay, came back in the youth system, and then was promoted by Derek Adams back to the first team when Craig Brewster left, and then has remained with the first team ever since. So yeah, I will correct myself. We did briefly go to Torquay, but still very much Mr. Plymouth Argyle, and been with us all the way through this incredible journey, and I'm sure will be with us through many more years to come. If I'm not much surprised, and well done, Kevin Nancekivell. And if anybody wants to read, by the way, Councillor Matt Smith's thoughts on why he nominated Nance for the award, he has written a piece on Argyle Life to that effect, which we will tweet out tomorrow for any of you who may have missed it.
Absolutely. I'm just going to finish on a slightly cynical note, Nance, if you are watching. There is still a real horrible side of me that wonders what would have happened had you actually slipped when you lost your footing running towards the fans. I think that might well have been the biggest pile-on a football stadium has ever seen. But I'm glad you kept your footing. And hey, here's to you, Kevin Nancekivell. Argyle loves you more than you all know. That's it. It's a fitting way to end our incredible 4-hour-long special here on Transfer Deadline Day. It was fitting that we ended with Mr. Plymouth Argyle, Kevin Nancekivell, who is a new Freeman of the city. And many congratulations to him, his wife, his family, and all associated with Plymouth Argyle that Nance has been recognised in such a special way. This is probably going to be my longest sign off that we've ever done to a podcast, because I'm not going to try and remember who's featured tonight because we've had so many people contribute. It's been amazing. I will just give one plug before we go that we have a live scouting report ahead of Sunday's FA Cup fourth round tie with the Anfield Wrap at 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday night. So do join us for that. As if you didn't know already about Liverpool, we're about to be told just how good they are by those people. Of course, Aaron has left us, and I'm not sure, was the Carey giveaway, the Carey thing done?
Yes, it was.
It was done. FPL Thomas is asking who it was won by. Can anybody remember?
Was it John Harvey Cornwall flag? Was it? I think that was the winner, if I remember correctly. But Aaron,
whatever we'll do, we'll get Aaron to tweet it out. Or we'll get Sam to tweet it out tomorrow who was the lucky recipient, because obviously a load of people entered it, and we thank you for that. On behalf of everybody,
before you finish off, I don't want to interrupt your wonderful sign off. Just that
you just have
all the graphics and everything Aaron's done for tonight. He puts a lot of work into this stuff. I just wanted to ask, I know you're going to give him credit, but just he's going through a lot at the minute, not to air his dirty laundry, but he still puts a massive amount into the show. So if anybody out there wants to send some extra love Aaron's way or call him names, even he appreciates that too. Then
amen to that. Well done, Aaron.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe. Steal your thunder.
Yeah,
now you know what it's
ruined
like.
It now.
Yeah,
you've ruined it now. Vince Rennie, who started listening at 7 p.m. and has enjoyed every second. Vince, massive thank you. You've sat through us lot for the last 4 hours. You crazy individual. On behalf of everybody at Argyle Life and associated with the Green and White podcast, we can't thank you enough. 7,500 people have joined us across the course of the evening tonight. We got up to 1,000 people after just 5 minutes once we came online tonight. We haven't done numbers like this since last deadline day. But this is why it's our favorite show. This is why it's our favorite show to bring you. We started planning this deadline day episode a few weeks out, and we absolutely love deadline day with the craziness about it. And hey, look, we sit here for 4 hours and it didn't look like we were actually going to get anybody in the door, but we did. And we've done a fair few of these now where we haven't signed anybody. So on behalf of myself, Aaron, Ben, who's hosted this evening, to Sam, to Graham, to Dan, to John, to Nick, to all of the guests who joined us to talk about the new players. I hope I haven't missed anybody off there. I don't think I have. If I have, I'm going to be villain number one in the group chat. Honestly, thank you so much. We really enjoy it. Join us again, as I say, at the Scouting Report, 6:30 Wednesday night, and then we'll be back again next Monday night with a match review of the Liverpool game and with a preview then of Millwall. There's no rest for us. We don't stop. The transfer window slams shut, but we have got so much more content coming away. As I mentioned a lot earlier in the show, for those of you that aren't with us, we do have one or two My Argyle Life irons in the fire that we hope to bring you in and around the next international breaks. We have several new content ideas. Hey, look, if you have an idea for content that you'd like to see us put out, why not drop us a message? We're always happy to do whatever we can for you guys. I'm sure Sam's already looking at flights to Austria or Marbella or something for a little jolly in pre-season again for next season. Seems he loved Marbella so much last year. But that's it. 4 hours, 20 minutes. I think it's time we all let you go to bed, get some rest, because we have got a big week ahead of us and we are front and centre on Sunday afternoon in front of the world, not just the country, but in front of the world as we take on Liverpool in the Emirates FA Cup 4th round. From all of us at Argyle Life, that was Transfer Deadline Day. See you all next week.
Good night.